Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that 70% of web developers favor Java JEE with AngularJS for client-side development? This combo is essential for building responsive, efficient web apps. Mastering these tools can give you a competitive edge. Let's explore Java JEE and AngularJS, key to modern web development. Java JEE, Java Platform Enterprise Edition, is a robust framework for building scalable, enterprise-level applications. AngularJS is a JavaScript framework that enhances the client side by making web apps more dynamic and interactive. Together, they offer a powerful toolkit for developing sophisticated, high-performance web solutions. Research shows using Java JEE with AngularJS can boost development speed and efficiency, with companies reporting up to a 40% increase in productivity and faster time to market. Mastering these technologies is key for excelling in web development. They enhance the quality and responsiveness of applications and open up numerous career opportunities in the tech industry. In this course, we'll cover everything from the basics to advanced concepts in Java JEE and AngularJS. We'll dive into practical examples, best practices, and real-world applications. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. CSS Basics. 2. CSS 3 Elements. 3. HTML Basics. 4. HTML Formats. 5. HTML New Elements. 6. HTML5 Multimedia. 7. JS Introduction. Let's dive in.
Now we'll be working with CSS, that is cascading style sheets. So in this session, we'll discuss about what are the CSS basics and then how CSS can be used to format your text to give a better look in HTML pages. So the objective of this session is first we'll focus on what is exactly CSS and what are CSS selectors, and then how do you format text by using CSS, and then how you define borders, margins by using CSS, and then how do you define padding. So coming to CSS introduction, CSS stands for cascading style sheets. As we have seen HTML in our previous sessions, HTML purely focuses on marking up your data. Example, it has sufficient inbuilt tags to inform the browser what kind of data you are showing and then how you want to show. So there are some predefined styles associated for each and every tag that you're using or the attributes that you're mentioning. Example, we have been working with images, we have worked with header tags, we work with paragraph tags. So for each one of the tag, there are some inbuilt styles are already applied. But those are not enough to give a greater look when you're developing rich web pages. With the modern web pages requirement, the user interface should be having great look and feel. So to do this kind of styles, HTML5 or HTML is not enough. So there is one more language has been introduced, that is called CSS, that is cascading style sheet. So every HTML element, if you want to apply certain kind of styles, there is a programming has been written inside CSS so that you can apply those kind of inbuilt CSS styles to each and every element of your HTML document, so that those styles will be applied by the web browser when it is loading a particular page. So we'll see how exactly the CSS can be written. CSS is a kind of script language. It doesn't use tag based programming. Rather, we have key value pair kind of values we need to set for each and every element that you want to do. Suppose if you want to set a particular color value, then color will have a key and then the value you need to set. So it is always group some key value pairs which are called as the style elements that you can apply for a particular HTML tag. So CSS generally can be used in 3 different locations when you're working with web pages. One is an individual element. You can apply style within the particular element by using an attribute called style. So HTML supports an attribute called style, and whatever you mention within the style will be applied as a style to that element. So that is what you call as a inline styling for all HTML elements. But using inline style elements, that particular styles will be applicable only to that element. Example, suppose in your web page you have lot of header tags, or you have a lot of h1 tags or a lot of h2 tags. So I don't want to display all h2 tags in the same style, but I want to display one h2 tag with a different style compared to other h2 tags. So in this situation, what I do is I apply inline elements, because that is only one element I want to apply to the style. Instead of writing the styles in an external document or somewhere else, I will write that element, the styles for the particular element within that element itself by using an attribute called style. So these styles will be applicable to that element whenever you load the particular page. So there is one more location where you can write CSS, that is internal CSS style. So internal CSS can be written inside a tag called style, that is under head tag. So if you want to write any style that is applicable only to that particular page, then you can write all the styles inside your head tag by using a tag called style. So whatever the styles you mention within the head tag or within the style tag, that will be applicable only to that particular page. So it cannot be reusable to other pages. So if you want to write other pages, then again you know to do copy paste. So in a whole web application, if you have multiple web pages, so we want to use styles reusability. So if you want to use that kind of thing, neither inline nor internal can be used. So at that time you have to go for the third approach, that is external styles. So what we can do is HTML allows you to write all these styles in an external file and then refer this external file into the HTML page. So whatever the HTML page you want to apply the styles, you can refer that CSS location in the HTML page, so that the styles will be by default applicable to the page. So the same CSS file can be applicable to multiple web pages in an application. So there may be a combination of these three can be used in a complex web page designing to have a better look and feel. And in some simple web applications where you have a group of pages, maybe 3 to 4 web pages, then probably you can use one single external CSS file, and all these CSS can be represented in each and every individual HTML file. So that is how the CSS can be used. There are 3 different locations you can apply. So now let us see how we are going to apply the style. So in order to apply a style, first you have to select an element. To which element you are going to apply the style. So in CSS, generally a selector defines what kind of element and then what kind of styles you are applying to. Example, if you see the syntaxes, the CSS syntax consists of a selector and then the declaration block. So the selector is nothing but the element to identify on which you are applying the styles, and then the set of styles we group them inside curly braces. So even you are applying a single property or single CSS style, you have to group that within Angular within these curly braces. So it's not like that if you want to apply only one, so you can say h1 color blue. No. So each and every CSS declaration has to be grouped within the curly braces. So as I told you, like it will be a kind of key value or a property value base. So where you have a property, CSS property, and then the corresponding value will define. So example, if you want to apply CSS for a h1 element, so simply we can say h1 and then I'm going to apply color blue and then font size is 12px. So what happens is all the h1 tags of this HTML page will be applied with the color blue and font size 12. So I don't need to define each and every time when I am using this h1 tag. Simply I'll define h1 tag as a selector and then I'll apply my styles with a predefined set of property values. So by default all h1s of the web page will be applied with these styles predefinedly. But how many ways we can select this element is, there are 3 ways we can select an element. The first element is element selector. By default what we can do is we can directly take the tag name or element name of HTML. Example, you want to apply the styles to P. So when you mention P refers to the paragraph tag in your HTML. So all the paragraph elements are applied with these styles, whatever you mention when you say element selector. So element selector is used to apply these CSS to all the elements within the web page. Example, here we are using P, text align center and color red. So when I say text align center, so all the paragraphs in the web page for the text will be aligned to center and the color will be set to red. So, and then there is one more type of selector called ID selector. So with this ID selector, you can apply the CSS to a specific HTML element which is identified by an attribute called ID. So that's why in our previous sessions, if you see, some of the elements we have defined by using ID. ID is a unique identifier of a particular element when you're working with scripting using JavaScript, or when you want to apply CSS to a unique element, then ID is the most preferable way of declaring an HTML, and with that ID you can access it. So to access element with an ID, we use hash as a prefix. So when you use hash para1, so we are mentioning that an element which is identified by para1 will be applicable with all these things. So if you have multiple elements with the same ID, so then what happens is these styles will be applicable to all the elements which are having this particular ID. So here we are using text align center and color red. So we have a class selector. So one more type of selector is class selector. What this will be do is this CSS will be applied to all the elements which are identified with the class attribute. So element can be identified by using three. One is with the element name, second one is with element ID attribute, and third one is with element class attribute. So the class attribute will be displaying class is equal to so and so, and class will always have a prefix called dot, a period dot, a period center is a class, and before that we'll have a dot. So dot center always refers to the class name. So when we say text align center color red, so all the elements which are grouped under, which are having the attribute name called center, will be applicable with these styles. That is how the selectors can be used. Now we'll see the individual styles. Like if you want to do text formatting, which is the general requirement for every web page. So we never use the default text for which is provided by HTML. Rather we do our own style. So CSS font property is used to define different kinds of font family, what kind of font family you're going to use, or whether you want to use bold or you want to use italic or some kind of font styles, and then the font weight and font size, and then the style of a text. So generally there will be two types of font families. The first one is generic family, that's called serif or sans serif or monospace. These are the generic families, and the font families for this could be of Times New Roman, Georgia, Area, Verdana, Courier New, Lucida Consoles, and all these font families we'll have. So you can refer to these font families which are by default supported by HTML, and you can also download some of the fonts from the Google, and then you can put those fonts in your web page directory, and then you can refer to that custom fonts as well. So we'll see how we are going to apply this font family. Suppose example, if you want to apply to paragraph elements, we are mentioning color and then font family. So we are saying source, sans pro, sans serif, and font weight normal, or you can mention 100, 200, 300 with weight of a particular font, and font style maybe italic, bold, underline, or whatever you mention based on the style will be applicable. And font size is 18px. We can mention the size in either px or in em or in percentage basis. So here we have used px, so 18 pixels style will be applicable. And second common styles that we apply for elements are the borders and margins, because your whole HTML page is divided into a lot of divisions or a lot of sections. So it is very important to give certain kind of borders or margins for each and every division or the element you're working in the division. So CSS border property allows you to specify the border styles, width, and then the color of an element in the border. Example, if you use P paragraph, we are just mentioning border style, border width, border color, border style is solid or dotted, dash, or the different kinds of styles will be applicable. And then border width specifies how many pixels of width you need, 1px, 2px, 5px. And then border color, what kind of a color. The color can be given directly predefined value, or it can be given with the RGB function by passing the RGB values from 0 to 255, or you can also use hexadecimal code of color by using hash as a prefix. Hash, you'll have 6 digits of hexadecimal value, 2 for red, 2 for green, and 2 for blue. So you can get all these values if you Google it. So CSS margin properties allows you to generate space around the elements, and it also has the properties for margin for each side of an element, and all the margin properties you can specify in terms of length, maybe in terms of pixels or centimeters or EMs, or the browser automatically calculates a margin and will apply, and percentile, and we can specify a margin in terms of percentage of the width of the containing element. Example, suppose if division is having 300 width, or 300 is the size of your division, then probably you can mention the percentage of the division, how much margin you want to apply. So inherit, specify the margin that should be inherited from its parent element. Example, suppose you have an image inside a division, and if the division is having certain margins, and if you want to inherit this margin to its child elements, all of its child element, simply you can mention the margin inherit or something like. So directly it is going to be. So padding is also property used to generate space around elements, and what padding does is padding clears an area around the content or inside the border of an element. So inside the border of element, you can define the padding, how much you require. Maybe you require only left padding or right padding or top padding or bottom padding, or all together in a single declaration. So here we can mention the padding in terms of length, in pixels and all, in percentage or in inherit. So now let us take an example and then try to apply how these CSS can be implemented. For this, what I've done is I've taken a simple HTML without any CSS. Here I have a site navigation menu where I have declared it as a unordered list, whereas a class I have given it as a navigation bar, and under this I have list elements, and each list will have a navigation. So I have defined an anchor tag for it. So if you see UL under for unordered list, LI is a child tag. For LI you have a anchor as a child tag. So when you're applying, it is very essential to understand how these inheritance relationship or how these parent child element access can be done. So as we have already known that there will be 3 types of selectors for the element. One is by using element name, second by using class, and third is by using ID. Here we didn't use any ID, but if you want to use, you can use a ID. So if you want to use an ID of this particular HTML H1, now simply I can give header 1. So by accessing this header 1, you can apply the style. So now as we discussed, style can be applied in 3 ways. First we'll see what is the output of this without any styles. So what I do is I'll just run this. So if you see, nothing is there now. Simple unordered list and then simple page. So what I do is, now let me first apply some kind of inline style. Inline style, now what I'm going to do is I have a style attribute. Now I'm going to define font size is equal to, I'm going to define it as a 30px. And I'm going to define the color of this as a red. Example. Now when I run this, now here it is changed. Now this is what inline element. So when if you want to see what is the styles that I have applied, generally in any web browser you have an inspect element. So when you're clicking on this, the styles that whatever you have applied have been already come here. Now here H1 is have a predefined font size is 2em. So what happened is this has taken from this. So 2em is already taken, and display black and font weight as a bold. This is what the predefined thing, and then the color which I have set. So if you want to change the color of this, probably what you can do is you can select whatever the color you want to, and then you can have a you can have a preview here. So once you have a preview, probably you can apply that particular thing in your code, and then you can do this. Now suppose say here I have this value, so I can see this, and then I can paste it here as my color with hash as a prefix. And now once you save, now when you refresh, now that particular color will be applied. So that is how the inline style will be applicable. But we are not interested in inline. So what I do is I'll just delete this, and probably what I do is I'll write internal style. So if you want to do internal styles, inside head I can write my styles, by using a tag called style tag. So now here, let us say first I'll access my body element because the body looks very plain. What I do is I will set my background color for my body, and then the text color also what I'm going to do. So now here I have background hyphen color. So now here I'm going to set some kind of color, like maybe any color that you select. In the previous example we had this. So now I want to give a kind of yellowish color to this, so probably this. So now I'll copy this and I will paste it here. So this is what the background color that I want to give for my whole web body. So once I save this, so let me run this. Now you see the color has been applied. So this is how you access the element selector, and then this is how you group your CSS. So what are the other things that I need is, now I want to change the color of my text. Here you don't have text color or something, directly you give color that will be applicable to all the text that whatever you use. Now let us say for better visibility, I will now just apply the purple color. Now once you run this, you'll get to know that whole text is moved into purple color, or very close to the value that what we have set. Okay, now I just want to set my font family also, because I don't want to use the default font. So now you can give, as we discussed, we have different font families. Now I'm going to set Georgia and Times New Roman, and I'm going to set it as Times and Sans Serif. So Times Sans Serif generic family, I'm just going to say it and just save it, and then try to see. Now the whole page is applied with this style. So what I do is, for only the header part, I'm just going to change this style. So I'm changing H1. Now for only this header one, that my first style page, now I'm going to apply a different font family. So font family, here I'm going to use Helvetica New or Helvetica. So here I'm going to apply Geneva style with Arial and Sans Serif. There is one more font family. Sans regular I'll use, and then here I'm going to use sans serif. So once you save this, now only this particular H1 is now changed with. So you can check whenever you want to inspect your header tag, so you can directly inspect your header tag to apply. So you can also check whether how these styles will be implemented. So if you do not want to apply, just click on this, so the style will change. So now this is how I want to apply. So what is the other thing that I want to do is, now I want to change my navigation bar, which I grouped by using a class called navigation bar. So how you're going to access this is, usually if you have multiple classes in different elements, usually if you want to access that, we use ul.navbar. So this is the unique way of accessing a class based on the element. UI.navbar always will access the elements navbar. So here what I'm going to do is, now I want to define this navigation bar to the left. So for this, what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to define this as a position as absolute. So what this position absolute will do is, I want to have my navigation bar as a fixed element. So irrespective of whatever the content you add previously, that is not going to change my navigation bar position. So I'm just saying position absolute. So you have one more attribute value, position relative, that will change relatively to the content that what you change, maybe its parent elements or its child elements. Based on that, the position will be relatively changed. Now what I want is, I want to give a fixed position for this. Now the top, I'm just going to give it as a 2em. Now generally the space will be calculated in pixels and then in points and in em. Generally 1 em is equals to 16 px. So you can either set in terms of pixels or in terms of em values as well. So now I'm going to see top left, and then the left value I'm setting as em, and bottom, these were the two positions I have given, top 2em and then the left. From there, whatever the size of your navigation bar will happen, so that it will fix there itself. So what I need is, I just want to set what is the width of my so I'm just setting around 9 em for the width of my navigation bar. And what I'm going to do is, for this I'm just going to say the padding is 0 initially, and then margin also I don't want any margin. So now let us see how exactly it looks like. So when you're running this, so now you see it is completely fixed here, but if you see the other text also collided with the navigation bar. Why? Because I've made this fix. So whatever the text will come, it will come here. So I want to move my body apart from this. So what I do is, for doing that, I just want to set some kind of padding for this body to give a space for my navigation bar. I'm just taking my padding left, because the width of mine is 9 em, which I have given for my navigation bar. So I'm giving 11 em values, so that the padding left 11 will move my page to here, so that there is enough space for my navigation bar. So, but this is what the default style that the navigation bar contains. So what I want is, I just want to remove this default styling. So to do the default styling, what I do is, I want to do these changes for my navigation bar list elements. So what I do is, I'm just going to access my list by using this. Now what I want is, first of all, I want to remove my what I say is like the styling of the navigation or the list type. List type, what I do is, now within this margin, what I do is, now I'll say list style, I will say to none. So when I say list style none, so what happens is, what is the default style the bullets will come, that will be removed. So only the navigations, because we mentioned it as a navigation, the navigation by default comes with a underscore, and then by default it will be displayed in a blue color font. So if you want to change that, so what generally we can do is, now first I'll try to change the navigation links, liul.navbar navigation bar, and then in this navigation bar I have my anchor links. So what I do is, my anchor links, I don't want any text decoration, so there's no underline is required for me. So now underline is removed. So what is the other thing I have is, first I will configure my list. Now what I do is, for this list I'm now going to set my background color. So what I do is, I'll just change my background color to white or any other color in order to simply assign. So I'll just set my margin. Now margins I'm just setting to 0.5 em, and with 0. What is this values is, the margin here, when I say 0, in all 4 directions the margin will be 0. Top, bottom, right, bottom, top, right, bottom, left. That is how the margins will be calculated. But when we say this 0.5 em, both top and bottom there will be some margins, and for left and right there is no margins. And similarly I want to set the padding for each and every element with a 0.3 em. So now the padding is set for each and every element of this one. Okay, now what I do is, now I'll set one border as 1px solid blue, to clearly understand how it is going to apply. So when you're changing this, now you see the background for each and every element is applied with a background color, but this border of whole this navigation link is looking awkward. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to set only the border right. Border right. So in border right, what I do is, instead of 1px, I just give like 1 em of 16px, and then I'm going to do solid blue or saddle block or any color you can give it. So once you say this, now it is going to give you border right is not applied 1 em solid block. So let us inspect this. Now here border right is not applicable here, as it's not taking it. Okay, now what I do is, now I'll just give it as only border 1 pm solid block. So now the border will be set it like this, 1px. maybe it is not allowing to take that. So now the other thing that what I want to do is, now whenever the list whenever the color of this particular link, now I want to change the navigation part of hyperlinks. The color that I want to set it to blue or red or whatever. Now let me see, now the color has been changed to red. And similarly, you can also change the color when it is visited and all the stuff like that. Now what I want to do is, now I want to separate this address tag which I have given. So for applying some styles to this address, what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to take the element selector. Now what I do is, now I want to give some margin for this element as top with some 5px or 10px or whatever you can give, or if you want to give more space, like I'm just giving 10px. And what I do is, like I'm giving padding top also, like 10px. And now I'm going to define one border top in order to separate this address from that. So I'm just giving some thin dotted kind of border. So now a thin border kind of a dotted line has come. So this is what shows a basic way of applying styles to your HTML page. So depending upon the element how you want to change your styles, you can directly change it with the help of CSS. So we have given an assignment, so try to create a page which similarly looks like this, with a kind of CSS applying to headers, navigation links, and then the paragraph divisions, and then the footers. And there is an assessment, 5 questions are there, and try to answer the correct one.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about the HTML5 new elements that are introduced in HTML5. So there are a lot of differences between HTML5 and then its previous versions, because in previous versions, HTML was only focusing on displaying the data, and most of the dynamic operations were used to be done by JavaScript code, and most of the operations are used to be done at the server side, especially in terms of validation, or especially in terms of new form elements, or especially in terms of giving some semantic meanings to your HTML data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced a lot of new elements in order to make it more clear. So in this session, we'll discuss about what are the new semantic elements of HTML5, and then what are the new form elements, and then what are the new input elements of form, and we'll also see what are the new attributes. So HTML5 is introduced some of the new semantic elements. What do you mean by semantic elements is, so mostly depending upon your website, we have been using different divisions for categorizing your data to display your data according to your requirement. Example, suppose if your web page contains mostly newsletters, so basically if it contains mostly figures or images, and if it contains more kind of navigation elements, so far we do not have any semantic tag to mention it, maybe a header of your HTML page, maybe a footer of your HTML page, or a section of your HTML page, and then the representation of a particular data as an article. So far we were just using only division and paragraph in order to declare all these things. So to give it as a semantic meaning and to give your browser a complete description, there are a lot of new semantic elements were introduced. So one such thing we have is the article. So article defines that whatever the textual data that you are entering as part of a paragraph or any other headers or whatever, now this is having some inbuilt CSS to be applied and to define your browser that this is going to be an article. So give a semantic meaning that this particular portion is going to be an article, especially when your website is news related or any kind of articles related. This article tag more specifies that the particular portion is belong to an article to apply particular CSS. And similarly, we have dialog tag defines a particular dialog box or a window, and figure which is a self-contained content like illustrations or any diagrams or any photos, we can represent it as a figure. And if you want to add any caption for a figure element, then we can use fig caption tag. And especially the headers and footer tags are introduced to mention that header of the document or a section, or a footer of a document or a section. And section attribute defines a part of a document. So earlier we were using only a division, but now we can divide your whole document into the sections. Each section can have its own division. That's how this is categorized. And there is one more new semantic element called nav, which shows that there are the navigation links, example on order list or order list. So, and then the list elements will come under the navigation. So when you're designing a new HTML page according to HTML5 standard, it's obviously recommended to use these tags to make your browser very clear, like what kind of a division or what kind of a document your HTML mostly contains. So there are some new form HTMLs are also introduced. One is data list, second one is a keygen, and third one is output. The data list is a predefined set of options for input control. Earlier we were using select as a drop down, but now that is completely replaced as a data list. And then we have a keygen, which defines a key pair generator, especially when you want to do any kind of encryption kind of. And output usually defines the result of a calculation in HTML form. Suppose say when you have a price range with a kind of discount, and immediately when the user select, this is what the approximate value, the immediate calculation, and then the output has to be shown in the HTML page itself. So keeping that to the latest standards, HTML5 has a lot of elements. Especially we're talking about form elements. HTML is earlier in the previous session we have discussed what exactly is the basic form elements. But when user is entering the data, there are few elements which are supported by form. Few input types, example text, password, button, or radio, checkbox. But when the user is actually entering the data, there are a lot of types of data he'll enter. Example, when he's entering username, or when he's entering a mobile number, or when he's entering an email, earlier we had only input type is text. And whether it is a number, or whether it is an email, or whether it is a telephone number, or whether it is a website URL, all these things we had to handle by using JavaScript code to validate whether it is an email address, or it is a telephone number, or whether it is a URL or not. So, but these are the general input elements nowadays that every user enters the data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced different kinds of new form input elements. When you mention this input of a particular type, your HTML5 compliant browser understands the user has to enter an appropriate data. If he doesn't enter, then immediately it is going to validate it there itself, and then will display it as an error. So such input elements we have is a number. When you want to enter only numbers, restricting with minimum and maximum values, then you can give it as a number. Example, suppose you are entering age, then definitely the age will limit from 0 to 100. So, or 1 to 100, you cannot enter more than that. So here by default the age will be of number. It doesn't allow you to enter any characters, only numbers, that to be with a minimum value of 1 and maximum value of 100, so that you will get only 1 to 100. And similarly, when you want to insert a date of birth, earlier date of births, especially including a calendar, was very headache operation, where we used to use a lot of JavaScript code to include in our HTML page. Whenever you want to select a date, then we need to use the JavaScript code to define the calendar. So now data attribute of input types simplifies all these operation. Whenever user want to select a date, simply we'll call it as a date. And then it has introduced one more special type called color. When you want to specifically mention what is your favorite color or any kind of color input if you require, then by default it allows you to take a particular color. And similarly, you have a range. Range is nothing but the slider. This is what a new input element which is given by HTML5, especially in most of the shopping cart applications where you need to check the price, maybe a range of price in order to filter out all the products. So in this range, you should have a slider within the range like minimum and maximum values with a step out operation, so that when you slide this, a lot of operations may take place. So range is a kind of type which will give you an input slider. And month, if the user want to select only month and year, directly we'll use month. And then week, only week and year. And then time, it allows user to select time. Date time allows you to select the date and the time as well. And the input type email allows you to write only an email address with a specified validations. And telephone used to enter only the telephone number of 10 numbers. And URL should be a valid website URL. So these are the new input HTML form elements in order to support a wide range of input elements in a form. And there are a lot of new attributes which are included in HTML5. One is autocomplete, used to specify whether the form or an input field should have an auto completion or not. So usually you see a lot of web applications, whether when you are opening that, it by default asks you to autofill. When you say autofill and then click on that, by default it itself will fill some of the predefined values which you have entered in other website, like your email address or your address, your mobile number. So all these values by default will come. That is biggest feature of using autocomplete. And then second thing you have is a no validate. It should specify whether form data should be validated or not when submitted to the server. And you have one more attribute called autofocus. When you mention this autofocus attribute for a particular input element, when the page loads, by default that particular input will be get focused so that the user can directly enter the data. And the form attribute specifies this particular input element belongs to which kind of form, and form action specifies this particular form data should be sent to what kind of URL, and encryption type form method specifies what method you have to use for sending the data, and form no validate. In an input element we can mention whether the form element should be validated or not. And list used to refers to a data list that contains a drop-down list, and we have minimum and maximum attributes to specify the minimum and maximum value, especially for a number. And we have a placeholder which is very important to enter. It will display a value what kind of a value you can enter. That's called a placeholder. So now we'll see an example of an HTML5 form. The example I'm taking same as a contact form, but I'm not taking the regular HTML elements, but I'm taking HTML5 elements here. Now here I have taken required attribute. This required attribute specifies whether this is a mandatory element or not. If you do not, this is a new attribute which is given in HTML5. If you do not mention it as a required, now you need to handle it by using a JavaScript code, which is really headache process. Now I made last name. Till this, it is a text only, and username is text, password is password. Now, in order to demonstrate mobile number, I just mentioned it as a number, or instead of this, it's a mobile number. I can take a type of tel. So, and then here I have taken it as a mobile number, and then I made it as a required. And for email, I have mentioned the type to be as an email. So as a date of birth, and then required. Oh, sorry, this could be email. So now the second thing, I have a date of birth, and then the type I have mentioned as a date. Directly it will allow you to open a calendar, and then you can select a date, and you can select a favorite color, and then the type of that I have given as a color. And then here for range, I have taken price. The input type is range, and minimum value is 10, maximum value is 2000, and then the step value is 100. So when you're moving it, it takes only 100 as a step value. And then website, here I have entered a URL, type as a URL, so it will ask you to enter an appropriate URL. Now for a select browser, I take input list as an attribute called browsers. this list always will point to a data list with a particular ID. Now the data list, we don't have select here. Now simply we are saying it as a list. The list element should have attribute always should point to a data list with a particular ID called browser. Now here I mentioned the options, Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Safari, and then I have a reset button and then I have a submit button. Now let us see how exactly it is going to be shown. So let me open this file, HTML5 new elements with Chrome browser. So when we open this, now it is going to show you all the HTML input elements. Now suppose say if I don't enter first name and register, then immediately it will say please fill out this field. Why? Because I mentioned this as a required attribute. So directly when you move out this, please fill out this field, it will come. But if some of them are not mandatory, so it is not showing. You see, website I did not mention it as a required, so it is not showing to fill it out. But when you are moving it out, all these fields are mandatory, so that your browser knows what is a thing you need to give. Okay. Now here I'm saying first name as first name, and last name I'm just giving it as a last name, and username and password as password. And let us say mobile number, I'm just going to enter it as a number, telephone. So I'm entering as a first name, last name, username, password, and then the mobile number, and the email ID. Suppose if I enter something and then click on register, then here it gives you an error saying that please include an @ in the email address, which is missing. So it performs you the basic operation. So if I say @gmail.com, then click on register, because I made date of birth as a mandatory. When I click on this, by default it opens your calendar. So I can directly select the date, whatever I want to enter. So, and then I can have the date or month as a increment or decrement I can do by one step. So now here select favorite color, clicking on that it will come. Now you can select any color, and then the color will be displayed here, and then the price is a range, which is a step value, and then it is your responsibility to print it as an output value, whatever the range you have mentioned. Let us say I just click on okay, which I did not make it mandatory. So the website is a URL. Now what I do is, suppose if I enter something and then click on register, it will say please enter a URL. So it always performs the validation http://www.google.com. Then only it will give you, and then the browser that whatever you want to select, and then click on register. So it will come. So the new HTML5 elements are very essential. And then one more thing you'll have is a placeholder, which we forgot to add. Now let us say here you want to enter the placeholder. Now we have placeholder is equals to some name, that whatever you want to, first name. Okay. Now let us say for username, if you have a specific to have numbers and characters, now you can have user 111 or something like. Okay. Now when you mention this as a placeholder, then it is by default is going to give you like this. So when you click on this, now when you enter, that will be removed. So it gives an idea of what kind of a data you can expect. So it really reduces a lot of validation rules, and then the user will understand this is what the appropriate value I need to enter. So placeholders give you what exactly the input you are expecting from a user. So that is how the HTML5 is introduced on new elements. And here is an assignment question to you, and then you try to create an HTML page with the given elements. And there's an assessment questions. Try to answer the correct one.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical, and the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
But mostly when you're talking about web application development, so in web application development, you need to work and you need to understand what are the technologies which are involved in developing web pages. There are two types of web application development. We'll have static web applications and dynamic web applications. In static web applications, the static content will be shown to the user. Example, any number of users who are accessing that web page is going to see the same data. But in dynamic web applications, we need to develop the content dynamically based on the user interaction. Example, suppose when you log into your Gmail account and then you'll see only the user specific data or your own data, like what are the read emails on unread emails, what are the starred emails, and all the stuff which belongs to a particular user like you. So you'll get those kind of data. So to develop that kind of web pages, we require dynamic web applications, or we use server-side technologies. So basically any enterprise, any web application development, if you want to develop, we need to develop the web pages. So to develop the web pages, we use a programming language called HTML. So in this session, we'll discuss about the basics of HTML. So the objective of this session is we understand what is the HTML, and then how HTML are going to use for developing web pages, and HTML structure, what is a programming structure that HTML will use for developing web pages, and what are the basic tags in HTML for developing web pages or simple web pages, and we also discuss about what are HTML attributes. So to talk about HTML, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So what exactly is a markup language? Markup language is a set of markup tags. In our previous sessions, if you see, we have written so many programs by using Java. So Java follows a programming structure, like we define packages, we import classes and interfaces, and we write our classes, and then we define our variables, we write our constructors, then we write our methods. So there is a proper structure is defined for every programming language. And similarly, HTML also follows a document structure. So that developing those HTML pages, we use certain kind of tags. Like in Java, how we use a kind of keywords, example, public, import, package. These are specific keywords which will give some kind of instruction to the compiler and interpreter to perform a task. And similarly, when you're developing an HTML page, we use some kind of HTML tags. So HTML programming will be developed by using HTML tags. So the main purpose of using HTML is to build rich look web pages. So we cannot use textual data to show it onto your web page, but a lot of content, you may have different type of content, maybe some textual information, some images information, or some kind of buttons, or some kind of form controls where you're allowing the user to enter the data. So to display all these contents, we require a certain kind of markup technique to show all these components are very well organized to create the user interface, which is having a very great rich look, so that the user always will feel, wow, the web page looks so nice. So to get that wow factor, we need to structure, we need to organize our components with the help of HTML. So HTML document, or in simple terms we call HTML web pages as an HTML document, is designed by using some built-in HTML tags. So you're not allowed to use any other user-defined tags apart from HTML built-in tags. So HTML supports some built-in tags to document your to structure your document, to show your content in an efficient way. So each tag will very well describe and what exactly the purpose of the tag. And if you want to design that, we'll use the appropriate tag to instruct the web browser how you want to show that web page. So HTML defines a predefined document structure. As I already explained you, like HTML follows a predefined document structure, like the structure-based coding you'll have. So you'll have root tags, you'll have child tags. Those are all properly structured. So you need to follow this structure when you're designing or when you're creating an HTML page from scratch. So to talk about HTML is an interpreted language. It is not a compilable language. So when you're talking about Java, in Java, you're getting an output requires two steps. That is what first is compilation, second one is interpretation. So first we write the program, then we compile, then we interpret. But in HTML, we write the code directly, we'll interpret. There is no compilation. So it is very essential to understand like how you develop HTML code and then how you interpret. So we require two different softwares for developing HTML page and for interpreting your HTML page. So to develop HTML page, we use editors, and some of softwares are available as IDEs also, which are be given by Eclipse. But mostly HTML plain documents are designed by using some popular editors. So editor is a software which allows you to write a code. Example, suppose you take Notepad. In Notepad, you can write any text document, and similarly, you can write any Java program. You can write HTML program, or you can write JavaScript program or something like. So editors are mainly used to write your HTML content. And there are lot many editors which will give by default support to write your web documents. Example, you may write HTML code, you may write CSS code, or you may write Java code. They are very well essentially declared, essentially used for developing these kind of web coding. So some of the popular editors that we'll be using during our training is we'll be working with brackets, and then we'll be working with Sublime Text 3. These are the popular editors which will be used for web development. You can also work with other kind of editors like Notepad++ or Edit Plus for developing your HTML documents. So each and every HTML page should be saved with an extension called .html or .htm. So any of the extension will allow you to identify what kind of file you are just saving it. Like if you see Java, the extension of the Java program is .js, the extension of C program is .c, and similarly the extension of HTML pages are .html or .htm. So HTML documents are interpreted and displayed by using web browsers. As I told you, like for HTML documents, the interpreters or the softwares are called as a web browser. We use web browsers as interpreters for HTML document. Like you may use any popular modern web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, or Internet Explorer. It is always suggested to use IE 9+ versions, because some of the features of HTML5 will support only the basic version to Internet Explorer, that is by 9. So you can get all this information online to understand which kind of HTML version supports which kind of browser version. So to talk about HTML document structure, as we define, like HTML follows a predefined document structure, and it is purely tag-based programming. So we use some built-in tags which HTML providers to maintain a code, and then to mention how web browser should display this data inside a web page. So the root element of HTML document is HTML tag, and if you see, every open tag will have a closing tag. So the syntax of writing an open tag is the tag name will embed within the Angular brackets, and when you're closing the tag, we use a / before the tag name. Example, if you use HTML, we don't have any special symbols apart from Angular brackets. So these Angular brackets will mention that it is a tag, and apart from that, you shouldn't have any special characters. So HTML is a tag name. So because HTML is a root element or root tag for your HTML document, all the other tags will be called as a child elements or child tags to your HTML document. So this HTML document, at the end of your document, it should be closed. So for closing an HTML document, we use /HTML. Inside this, you have separate sections. So HTML document mainly divided into two sections. One is header section and second one is a body section. So it's not like header part, body part, and footer part. Those are different. But head part of HTML will instruct your web browser something about the page. So head section always will define what is the title of the page, and then what are the external JavaScript files or external documents that you're referring in the current web page, and what kind of external style sheets that are required to format or required to style your present HTML page. So all these things will mention inside the head tag. So head tag will give some instruction to the web browser. So when the page is loading, first it reads the head tag, and then whatever the files which are required to load this page, it will load all the files together and then will show the document. So the second thing is a body part. So whatever you write within the body part will be shown to the user as a web page. So whatever you write within the head page will not be shown to the user apart from the title. The title always will be shown as a tab. When you open your web page as a tab, whatever you see on the tab is called as a title. So each according to W3C standards, so each and every HTML page should have a title. So usually for SEO purpose, that is search engine optimization purpose, Google search engine uses the data or the metadata description that what you describe within the head tag to give you certain rankings based on the keyword search. So all these coding will do within the head part. So head part is very essential for every HTML document. It uses lot of information in order to show your web page. So if you do not properly write your head tag or head section, so your page will not be rendered properly by the web browser, so that it cannot be shown to the user. And any information that you write within the head tag will not be shown to the user. Only the information that what you write within the body, that only will be shown to the user. So we define these HTML document structure in two parts, head and then the body. So we'll see, like when you're writing an HTML page, we'll clearly understand how these tags are written, so that how it will shown as a web page by the web browser. So coming to basic tags of HTML, HTML provides lot of basic tags. And each and every tag is very simple to use, very descriptive. And the most popular basic tags that we are going to use is the headers. Usually when you're representing a lot of textual data, some of the section you want to highlight, that's what I call as the headers, or maybe some kind of titles you want to show or subtitles you want to show. To highlight that kind of text, you don't need to write huge kind of styles required. So this is a frequent requirement in any web page. That's why HTML has provided us with some built-in header tags. That is, it provides 6 basic header tags from H1 to H6. So whatever the content you write within the tag is shown as a header tag. So it is having some predefined styles associated with the tag. So when you mention the content within the H1 tag, so then it applies some styles. H2, it applies some styles. So like similarly, till H6, you have the headers you can display. Or when you write the normal text will be shown as a normal text only. So there's no styles associated to it. So it is a responsibility of a developer to display or to assign those kind of styles for the external text. But when you have a header to H1 to H6, some predefined styles are there. So if you want to apply more styles even for your headers, maybe with some kind of different font, or with different font family, and then with a different color, so all these things you can externally apply the CSS by using the CSS files. But speaking, predefined header tags will have some predefined styles associated. And similarly, if you want to mention some text as a paragraph, we use paragraph tag. And if you have some navigations, and generally every web page will have lot of sections in a web page. If the web page is very huge, it always will be difficult for a user to scroll the entire web page. Instead of that, if you see a single web page applications which are very popular these days, will have some kind of navigation links. So suppose you want to click us about us. If I click on about us, that will by default navigate you to a particular portion within the web page. That kind of navigations, if you want to do, or some kind of links will navigate to your external page. Example, you want to know more, click on this, then it will go to a new page, so that the more information will be available. So to navigate to different pages or to navigate different sections within a page, we use anchor tag. Anchor tag is used as a hyperlink tag actually. So there is one more tag which is called as image tag, which is used to define images in the web page, and which are very essential because images will give more rich look to your web page. So using images are very essential, and then the basic tag for images is image tag, img. It is not complete image, it is img tag. And we use break tag, br tag, to define the content in a new line. Suppose when you have a huge text and you want to define some text in a new line, simply you can write br tag so that the corresponding text will be shown in a new line. And there's one more very important tag called div. So if you see any web page, the web page will not be shown in a single content. It will be divided into multiple sections. Whereas each section will have separate styles associated and separate components grouped together. So to do that, we use a tag called division tag, and then under division you'll have a lot of subdivisions. Under subdivisions we'll have actual components. And span is used to group inline elements together. And the other HTML basic tags we have is header horizontal rule, that is called HR. So when you mention HR, it by default draw a line which is called as a horizontal line, which is commonly used to visualize separate sections on the page. And B is used as a bold tag, which if you want to define your content as bold, we can use B tag. And font tag is used to work with the font in the content. For the content in the web page, maybe you want to define your own size, your own font color, own font family, so then font tag will use. And for displaying different kind of list, we have two types of list: unordered list and then ordered list. Ordered list always will have ordering techniques, so that it will order the elements according to the numbers that you associated with it. But whereas unordered list, it directly takes all the list and then will show. Usually most of the navigations in today's web pages will be displaying them as links, and then we'll apply some kind of styles to it. And one more important tag is table, where if you want to group some elements as part of a table, like exactly we see in the presentation slide, we have tag description, which and then this looks like this is a table, so which organizes your components in a proper way. Like you don't need to worry about how much is the space I need to give, how many columns, how much I need to organize these and all these things. So by default, table will have styles associated with this. But to organize your table, we require some kind of child elements like table heading, table row, table data. So we'll see with an example. So now attributes. Coming to attributes, so far we discussed only about a tag. Example, suppose you are using image tag. Image tag alone doesn't show anything. So it has to understand what is the image you are showing and what is the height and then width. Suppose if image is not found, what is the additional text I need to show. So all this information you need to provide. So that additional information for a particular element will be given with the help of attributes. So all HTML can have attributes. Some of them do not have attributes. So some of them are very straightforward, like if you want to use horizontal tag HR, directly you'll have, and then if you have a paragraph tag, you have only P, you don't have any attributes to it. But some of the HTMLs will have attributes. So attributes are defined by using key value pair. Example, if you use in HTML, we have a tag called we have an attribute called language. Lang is equal to enus. So it is always recommended to write attributes names in the lowercase letters according to W3C standards, because HTML document is case insensitive. Whether you write tags in lowercase letters or you write your tags in uppercase letters, your browser will render it in the same way. But there are certain standards given by the W3C consortium, so we need to follow those standards. So according to it, the attributes are always should be shown in a lowercase letters. In HTML5 standards, you don't require any double quotes to represent a value for a attribute. Example, lang is equal to enus. Directly you can mention, you don't require any double quotes. But we can use both single quotes and as well as double quotes to represent value. But according to coding standards, always recommended to use double quotes in order to identify what is a key, what is a value. So let us take some example of understanding how in HTML coding has been done. For this, we'll be using some editor. You can use Notepad or you can use Notepad++. You can use brackets. You can use Sublime Text 3 or whatever. So here we are using Sublime Text. Why? Because it is having a lot of features when compared to HTML coding. And you can also use brackets. They both are very popular for using coding for web. Even brackets is having its own advantages, but if you see the user interface look, user interface always will be great using Sublime Text, and even you can document your project structures in it, and then you can directly use a whole project structure to create your HTML pages. So in this we discussed we tried to write some code by using index.html. As I told you, like the extension of an HTML document could be .html or .html. So here I have taken a new file, or if you want to take a new file, you can write something like this. So every HTML document will have a doc type. So doc type will probably explain you your browser what is the kind of document that you're logging, so you're working with or you're interpreting. So this is very important in browser perspective. But doc types compared to previous HTML versions, that is HTML 4.x, the doc type declaration was very huge. You know, to write a lot of value for declaring what kind of document type you are using. But in HTML5, the doc type declaration is very simple. Simply you can mention the exclamatory mark, doc type, and HTML. If you see, the doc type tag is only having an explanatory mark, and other tags do not have any special symbol associated with. That's why this is the root. We cannot say it as an exact HTML5 tag, but it gives you the HTML standard to understand what kind of a document type you are using for rendering in your browser. So, and then the root element that we are going to write is HTML, and it always recommended whenever you open a tag, immediately you have to close this, because you'll be writing a lot of child tags inside a root element. So obviously you'll forget, if you forget to close that, you always will be mess up where exactly you have to close the root element. So but with these kind of editors, suppose say I'm going to say like first.html. Now when I save it, now you see the Sublime Text 3 is properly organized. It understands what is the tags you're using, and tags are shown in a different color. And suppose if you want to write your head section, and you can probably it will give you the suggestion, and then it also automatically closes. So you don't need to write head and then close. Suppose I want to write title, and then you can select this and automatically it closes. So now I'm going to write an introduction to HTML. So this is what the tag will have. So when we run this HTML page, let us probably try to run this as first.html. If you see first.html, the title, whatever we have shown, an introduction to HTML, which we have written here, so will be shown as a title of this. So here this we call it as a fav icon, where you can show it as image. Suppose if you open any Google or Gmail or any other web page, suppose you take our ZaranTech website, and then ZaranTech will have JED as a fav icon. This is what the logo basically that will show, and every company will follow that. That if you want to define it, it comes as a head section, and then that head section will define it by using a link tag which will have. So we're not focusing much on those styles now, but to basically understand how this can be rendered. So under this head, you may have a lot of script you can write, or you can define some kind of link tags, and so directly it refers to what kind of a style sheet you are referring to. Directly you can mention, and all these things are by defaultly come. So but our intention is this doesn't show any content to the user. As you see, I mentioned a lot of things here, but when I run this, nothing will be shown to the user. So whatever the content you write within the body, that only will be shown here. So to do that, what I have done is I have taken an example here. So we'll see the content that what we have written inside the body. The advantage of using this is these editors, now you can clearly understand what is the root element and till where it is there. Suppose if you close this and then till this, it will be closed. So whatever the division you'll have, it will be closed, and whatever the division you'll have, it will be closed, something like that. So it's very easy for you to not visible the hiding the code of a particular division, so you don't mess up of seeing a huge code. Or whenever you're developing a very huge web page, it is always very important that whatever the division you're not working, you can hide it, and then the division which you are working currently will be limelighted. Otherwise very huge code will come, and then the developer will mess up understanding where exactly you're opening, where exactly you're closing. So here I've taken a root div. This is what root div I have, and under this I have taken subdiv. Under this I have taken in a header, welcome to HTML tutorial. And when you run this, probably you can see that this is what the H2 default styles, which is given by HTML. And I've written a paragraph. It's a simple text. I have taken example of paragraph text, and then this is written here. And then next I have taken an horizontal line HR by closing this div, and then HR is written. And then next you have one more div, and then I have an anchor tag example. Now I'll say click here too, and I've used anchor, and I have used an attribute called href, and then this href always will represent the URL or the path of the next page where you want to navigate to. So example here I've seen login, and if you see this, how exactly it will be shown. So you'll find this in many web pages. So when you use your mouse onto the particular element, so by default it will change to the hand symbol, seeing that it is a navigation link. So upon clicking on that, it will change the URL. So if you see login.html, so which we have mentioned login.html, by default this login.html will be appended to your root path, but there is no HTML page called /.html, so that's why it is saying your file was not found. Or you can configure your anchor tag to navigate to a particular section within a same web page. That you can do with the help of hash by the section ID. By default it will go there. So here I'm taking image example where I have image. Image is having a lot of attributes. Here we have source is an attribute which used to find out where is the file that you're representing to. Suppose I have an image called java_je.png, which this is the absolute path you need to give. Suppose if it is under an images folder, you just need to give the appropriate directory, otherwise it doesn't find. Suppose in this case, if I run this, the image will not be shown, you see, because image is not found. So the alt attribute is used to show what is the alternate text image it does to show when it is not found the particular image. So here I mentioned image not found. So by default, if it is not found, it shows image not found. So when I give the appropriate path, then it will find out the image and then will display it. So there is no alt will be shown. And you can use height and then width to control what is the height and then width required. Or usually if you want to configure it by using an external CSS style, you can use that too. And here we have a font example. Font is a tag representing the tag. Now here we have font face. What kind of a font face we are using is Verdana, and color of the font green. Size of the font is 30, and when you run that, probably you'll see something like this. This is a normal text without any font, and then this is what text with some font. And we have two lists as we discussed, unordered list and then ordered list. In unordered list we'll have UL tag is a root element. Under that you'll have a list items which we are declaring it as a LI. So I have coffee, tea, milk, and then by default they'll be shown with this kind of bullet buttons. Is an unordered list, but in ordered list you can mention it as a OL, where you see OL always will start with 1, 2, 3, and then you can also mention an attribute called start to start from. Suppose if I give 50, then it start from 50 only. So like that you can use the basic HTML tags for creating a simple web page. But do you have a lot of tags to define your web page? If you have especially the form elements, now we'll be discussing a form separately in another session, but mostly if you want to organize your content in an efficient way, these are the HTML basic tags we'll use. But apart from that, we also use some kind of styles. I'll show you a live example. Suppose you take Gmail as an example, or Google of that matter. So anything that you can take. Suppose I'll take Google as an example, and probably if you want to see the source of this particular image, particular code, simply you can use Ctrl+U, that it will show you the view source of the particular web page that you are looking for. But mostly some of the coding that you cannot see when you use it as a view page, but there is an alternate for seeing the code for this. Even if you see, there are a lot of div tags, a lot of span tags, and then a lot of list elements, okay, and a lot of attributes were used for displaying this. Probably what we can do is, like, if you want to see a particular coding of this element, you can probably right click on the element, where you have two options. One is view page source, which give you the complete source of the page, or if you see inspect, it by default inspect your particular element. by opening it. So if you see now here, the document is very proper and structured. You have a doc type as HTML, and you have HTML as a root element where language is equal to TN-IN, and then you have head tag. Inside it you have a lot of meta tags, and then this is what the fave icon which we have, which we are talking about, the shortcut icon, which will be shown like the G, and then we have a lot of scripts which are loaded, a lot of styles which have been written inside it, and a lot of divs, and you have center tag, you have div tag, you have span tag. So a lot of div structures you can find. So usually, and every when you inspect every element, it will give you what is the height and then width that it is occupying and all the stuff. So this is a way you can see how HTML pages will be developed with the basic things, but mostly to have a better look and feel, we'll use CSS. Like if you see, a lot of styles have been written here. So the in CSS part, we'll clearly understand how the CSS will be written to better visualize your document. And here also in inspect element, it shows what are the CSS applied to a particular element. So all these things you can understand easily by creating a simple web page. So there is one assignment which is given, like creating 4 divisions, and in first division insert an image, second division create an unordered list, and then third division create a table with student information, and fourth div create a paragraph with the content. So try to create 4 divisions and then put some kind of information as per your assignment. And there is an assessment which contains 5 questions. Try to answer them.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a feature of AngularJS? Option A, two-way data binding. Option B, dependency injection. Option C, directives. Option D, server-side rendering. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical, and the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about HTML forms, one of the very important element or the topic in HTML. So first, the objective of this session is to understand how a form is designed, what are the different HTML form tags we have, or what are the different input elements we use in a form, and then by using different types of buttons as well. So what exactly is a form? As we know that in our day-to-day life, we'll fill a lot of forms, maybe in a paper kind of thing or in any online application. Especially whenever you're talking about any online application, most of the applications now will have 2 processes. One is either registration or directly you have a login facility. So when you're talking about sign up or registration process or the details, the application will ask the user to enter a lot of user specific information. Example, like his first name, last name, or his desired username and password for the application to log in. Or some of the applications now reduce this registration process to directly log in with Facebook credentials, or just sign up with your first name, last name and email and then a password. So depending upon the complexity or the information you require for a particular application, so we ask the user to fill a particular form to send the details, and then that details will be sent to the server-side component like servlets, JSP or ASP script or a PHP script. So forms are the essential elements in HTML to collect these user data. So and after collecting this user data, the forms will send this data to the server. Especially you have the buttons called register, sign up, login, and all these data or the internal functionality of these buttons is to collect the data and then send it to the server-side components like servlets or JSP, and then servlet and JSP will get this form data and then will process the data according to the business requirement. So generally forms are used as an interface for a web application where user will enter the data so that server will capture the data. And sometimes the server will send the data and then will be displayed in a kind of forms. Example, suppose when you want to update your information, example, you take a shopping cart application where you have a shipping address. So whenever you registered for a application for the first time, you entered your current address as a shipping address. But when you moved into a different location, by default, when you booking any application, any item or a product, by default that will come as a shipping address. So there you'll have a edit button. If you click on that, then the form will turn into an editable mode, and then you can edit this. So these kind of information will come from a server and then will display in a form so that you can edit. So form is an essential element for most of the applications nowadays. So HTML is having a different specific tag to work with forms, that is what form tag. And each form will have a lot of input elements. So each input element will expect some data from a user. That's why we call it as a user input element. And then that input element will be given by a tag called input tag. And then there are different kinds of tags are used in a form, not only input. So depending upon the type of the data we are expecting from a user, we use appropriate tag. So when you're talking about form tags, so there are different kind of attributes which will be provided. Some of them are HTML4 compliant, some of them are HTML5 compliant, but there are basic attributes we need to discuss about a form. So first, the first and foremost attribute that we need to discuss is a method. Method specifies like how you want to send the data to the server. There are different kinds of HTTP methods which will be available. The primary methods that we are going to discuss is either get method or post method. We'll discuss about what is advantage of using get and then post with an example. Now, second thing you'll have is an action. Now, action specifies to which server-side components the data has to be sent to. So suppose you may work in a web application which is built in Java. So you may send this particular user collected data to a servlet or a JSP or a Spring action class or a struts action class, or depending upon your business requirement, the action element specifies to which server-side component you're sending this data. And name attribute always will specify the name of the form, because mostly by using JavaScript we need to manipulate these kind of form elements. So when you want to access these elements, usually we need to access the form. So form can be accessed by using a name. So the name attribute defines what is the name of a particular form. And then there's one more attribute called target. So usually in modern complex applications with the help of clients and technologies, where an HTML can send the data to the server will process it, and then server will send the result back to the immediate HTML page. So earlier we used to have different kinds of HTML to send a request to get a response. With the clients and technologies evaluation, so the response can the request can be sent from a same HTML, and response also can be get to the same HTML without redirecting it to the other page. So in this case, the target attribute specifies whether you want to display the response after submitting the forms within the same page or within a new page. That is what the target attribute will specify. And then encryption type specifies how form data should be encoded when submitting to the server. And there are two new HTML5 attributes are introduced. One is autocomplete, specifies whether the form should have autocomplete on or off. Or there's one more attribute called no validate. So generally every form data or an input element should be validated. So for that we use different kind of validation techniques by using JavaScript, or some of the HTML5 elements by default comes with a predefined validation rules. So the no validate attribute specifies the form data should not be validated when submitted. So we're just mentioning that it should not be validated at client side, rather it will be validated at server side. If you want to simply display that, simply we can mention the form attribute as no validate. And HTML input elements. So generally HTML elements are the form controls used to collect the data from a user. There are different kinds of elements like text, text area, radio button, password, drop down, checkboxes. So there are different kinds of form elements, and HTML5 added few more elements and attributes to simply work at the server side, to simplify the work at server side. But HTML5 is having tremendous new form elements, and then lot of work is reduced at the server side and as well as at the client side to eliminate the JavaScript code. We'll discuss about HTML5 new input elements separately, but here we are going to talk about the basic HTML form elements. The first one we have is an input type element. In input we have 5 different types. One is text, which is used to define one line input text field, may be used for first name, last name, or username, or mobile number, or these kind of one line input fields. We declare it, the type has to be text. And then the input tag is having one more type called password, where when you're sending some crucial data which should be invisible to the user at the browser, we declare them as a password so that the data will be invisible but it's sent to the server. And we have radio button, where you have a lot of options, either of the one you can select it, and checkbox you can select multiple options, and you have a submit button for submitting a form to a form handler or then action class or a server side component. We have a select tag, which is used to define a drop down. In each select we will define some kind of options by using an option tag. And we have a text area when you have more than one line of input if you want to give. So multi-line input fields, we'll define it as a text area. And then we have certain kind of buttons which are clickable to perform some kind of user actions. So now what we'll do is we'll try to create one form. Usually I'll just try to explain why exactly is a form required and how the forms will work. Now let us say you have a registration process where you have a lot of input elements to take, like first name, and then you'll have a last name, and you have a username, and you have a password, and you have a password, and you have languages known, or you have a date of birth, or select a region, or you have an address, or different kinds. And later you may have two buttons. One is reset button or a submit button. This generally looks like. So what is our intention is this generally we call it as a form, and form may be part of your HTML page. It may not be the whole HTML, or wherein some portion of an HTML or a division of an HTML may be a form, or sometimes if your whole HTML should have only a form, then you can have a form. But according to the latest designs of HTML, so your form will be very simpler to collect user specific information in a division or in a particular portion of an HTML. Now there are different kinds of IDEs. We have our editors. We have to create HTML page. Now we'll take Notepad++, which we have. Okay, now let me take this Notepad++, which I have already. So I'm taking this editor in this session to create an HTML form, an HTML page. Now the first declaration we have is a doc type declaration, creating an HTML, or let me save this somewhere, contact form.html. Now here let me write the HTML tag and then close the HTML, and it's always important to open and close the tag here itself. And then where we have a head, I'm just making it as a very simple HTML. Title, I'm just saying it as a contact form title, and I'm just closing my head. So here I'm not using any JavaScript or any kind of CSS, simple a plain HTML form. So where I'm going to define the background color of it as yellow, and I'm closing my body tag. So now what I want is I want to create a simple form in a division tag. So now here under division I'll have I just want to align these to center. So now here I am creating a contact form, or simply I'm saying a contact form with a header called header 3. And now here I want to create this as a table to have a proper alignment, and usually you can create it by using CSS. To make it very simple, I'm just creating it as a table, and now I have a table row. Inside this table row I'm just creating a table data. This table data I'm taking a label. So now here I'm saying first name, and then I'm closing my label. And then second table data, now I'll take an input table data. Now I'll take an input element. Input type is equal to text, and name is equal to first name, and I'll just close this. So I didn't declare any form so far. So if you want to send this as a form, or simply what I can have is form name is equal to contact form, and then method is equals to, I'm just saying it as a get. I'll show you what are the differences you'll have. And now here contact form servlet, just for that sake. And then after this table I'm now closing this form. Now let me save this, and then let me open this, and then can run this. So the file is under training material, classroom training material, and classroom workspace. So I'm going training material, classroom training material, and then here I have classroom workspace. Under HTML I have. So let me open this with a browser. Now I got contact form, and then here I have first name, what the value that I can enter. So remaining all elements I'll just try to add it. So I'm copy pasting one more table row, and then here I'm changing this to last name, and here the text I'm taking it as a last name, and one more table row I'm taking it as a username, and here I'm just going to tag it as a username, and one more table row I'm taking it as password. So here the type that we are taking it as a password, which is invisible. Now I'm just taking the name as password, and once we have taken this, so what are the other things you'll have? You may have email also, you can take it as a text, but we'll see what are the different other types that we have. Called password, we have submitted, radio button, checkboxes, and all we have. So first what I'm trying to see is I'll try to take radio button. So for this I'm just going to take gender. So in this gender, so first if you want to have a radio button, now the input type we have is radio, and the name is gender, and here the value I'm just taking as is equal to male, and here I'm going to give the value as male. And similarly I'm just taking one more input type called female. Now here the value I'm just taking it as female, and now here I'm just taking it as female. And similarly I'm just taking the languages known, which is a multiple choice checkbox. So now here I'm just taking it as languages known, and now here instead of type radio, now I'm going to checkbox where name I'm just taking it as English, and value is English, and here I'm going to take it as English. Now by default, if you want the mail to be default checked, directly you have an attribute to make it as checked. Here also I'm using that checked, and here I have checkbox, and name is Hindi, and value is Hindi, and here I have Hindi, and I'm taking one more checkbox here to have Telugu. So now this is what I have added. Now let us check this to see. Now you see the first name and last name and username and password is invalid. By default mail is checked, and then you can select multiple. And now we'll take one more example of drop down. So what I do is I'll take one more table row, and I'll call it as select a region or something like. Now here instead of this input type, we have a direct type called select, where name I'm giving it as a region, and then close the select component, and here we have option. The option name you need to give it as the value that whatever you are specifying, India. Now I'm going to say India and then close the option, and similarly like you can copy all these options to say whatever the values you want. United States of America, and here I have United States of America. Now here I'm giving it as United Kingdom. Now here I'm saying United Kingdom. Here I'm just going to give a space, and now I'm taking one more option called Australia, and here I'm taking one more called Australia. Now just select it, and now if you refresh this, now you got the values that whatever you want. And now finally I just want to add buttons here. Now I'm taking a table row, and here I'm going to add the table, and here I'm just taking it as a normal button. Button name is equals to, let us say I'm just taking it as reset, and now I'm taking as a value as reset, and here I need to enter this as a button value. And now in this table data I'll have input type submit. Now delete. Now here I have input type is equal to submit, and name is equal to, let us say I'll give it as a register, and value is equal to register. So that's what my form look like, a simple form. Now let me see that once I click on submit button, the form will send this data. Now first name I'll give it as first, last name I'll give it as a last, username is username, password is password, and mail English, Hindi, and then click on India. Select region is from India, and then click on this. Now if you see, once I click on send, it is now sending it to contact form servlet, where if you see the values, first name is first, last name is last, username is username, password is password, and all the values are by default appended here. So that is what the get method. So when you're using a get method, all the form details are visible in the URL as part of the URL. Suppose when you change this method to post, this data is not visible. Rather, this data will be sent. This data will be sent as part of the body of your HTML. Now you see we have only contact form servlet, but data is sent to the server because we don't have this servlet. We are not working on a server, so that it is unable to find out the file. But the data is submitted as part of a body so that it is not visible. That is what the basic difference between get and then post. This is the way how we are going to create your forms, which are very essential and then very essential parts of working with forms. So there is an assignment which has been given to you. So try to create an assignment, and then we have assessment questions. Try to answer them.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about the HTML5 new elements that are introduced in HTML5. So there are a lot of differences between HTML5 and then its previous versions, because in previous versions HTML was only focusing on displaying the data, and most of the dynamic operations were used to be done by JavaScript code, and most of the operations are used to be done at the server side, especially in terms of validation, or especially in terms of new form elements, or especially in terms of giving some semantic meanings to your HTML data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced a lot of new elements in order to make it more clear. So in this session, we'll discuss about what are the new semantic elements of HTML5, and then what are the new form elements, and then what are the new input elements of form, and we'll also see what are the new attributes. So HTML5 is introduced some of the new semantic elements. What do you mean by semantic elements is, so mostly depending upon your website, we have been using different divisions for categorizing your data to display your data according to your requirement. Example, suppose if your web page contains mostly newsletters, so basically if it contains mostly figures or images, and if it contains more kind of navigation elements, so far we do not have any semantic tag to mention it, maybe a header of your HTML page, maybe a footer of your HTML page, or a section of your HTML page, and then the representation of a particular data as an article. So far we were just using only division and paragraph in order to declare all these things. So to give it as a semantic meaning and to give your browser a complete description, there are a lot of new semantic elements were introduced. So one such thing we have is the article. So article defines that whatever the textual data that you are entering as part of a paragraph or any other headers or whatever, now this is having some inbuilt CSS to be applied and to define your browser that this is going to be an article. So give a semantic meaning that this particular portion is going to be an article, especially when your website is news related or any kind of articles related. This article tag more specifies that the particular portion is belong to an article to apply particular CSS. And similarly, we have dialog tag defines a particular dialog box or a window, and figure which is self-contained content like illustrations or any diagrams or any photos, we can represent it as a figure. And if you want to add any caption for a figure element, then we can use fig caption tag. And especially the headers and footer tags are introduced to mention that header of the document or a section, or a footer of a document or a section. And section attribute defines a part of a document. So earlier we were using only a division, but now we can divide your whole document into the sections. Each section can have its own division. That's how this is categorized. And there is one more new semantic element called nav, which shows that there are the navigation links, example on order list or order list. So, and then the list elements will come under the navigation. So when you're designing a new HTML page according to HTML5 standard, it is obviously recommended to use these tags to make your browser very clear, like what kind of a division or what kind of a document your HTML mostly contains. So there are some new form HTMLs are also introduced. One is data list, second one is a keygen, and third one is output. The data list is a predefined set of options for input control. Earlier we were using select as a drop down, but now that is completely replaced as a data list. And then we have a keygen, which defines a key pair generator, especially when you want to do any kind of encryption kind of. And output usually defines the result of a calculation in HTML form. Suppose say when you have a price range with a kind of discount, and immediately when the user select, this is what the approximate value, the immediate calculation, and then the output has to be shown in the HTML page itself. So keeping that to the latest standards, HTML5 has a lot of elements. Especially we're talking about form elements. HTML is earlier in the previous session we have discussed what exactly is the basic form elements. But when user is entering the data, there are few elements which are supported by form. Few input types, example text, password, button, or radio, checkbox. But when the user is actually entering the data, there are a lot of types of data he'll enter. Example, when he's entering username, or when he's entering a mobile number, or when he's entering an email. Earlier we had only input type is text, and whether it is a number, or whether it is an email, or whether it is a telephone number, or whether it is a website URL, all these things we had to handle by using JavaScript code to validate whether it is an email address, or it is a telephone number, or whether it is a URL or not. So, but these are the general input elements nowadays that every user enters the data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced different kinds of new form input elements. When you mention this input of a particular type, your HTML5 compliant browser understands the user has to enter an appropriate data. If it doesn't enter, then immediately it is going to validate it there itself, and then will display it as an error. So such input elements we have is a number. When you want to enter only numbers, restricting with minimum and maximum values, then you can give it as a number. Example, suppose you are entering age, then definitely the age will limit from 0 to 100. So, or 1 to 100, you cannot enter more than that. So here by default the age will be of number. It doesn't allow you to enter any characters, only numbers, that to be with a minimum value of 1 and maximum value of 100, so that you will get only 1 to 100. And similarly, when you want to insert a date of birth, earlier date of births, especially including a calendar, was very headache operation, where we used to use a lot of JavaScript code to include in our HTML page. Whenever you want to select a date, then we need to use the JavaScript code to define the calendar. So now data attribute of input types simplifies all these operations. Whenever user want to select a date, simply we'll call it as a date. And then it has introduced one more special type called color. When you want to specifically mention what is your favorite color or any kind of color input if you require, then by default it allows you to take a particular color. And similarly, you have a range. Range is nothing but the slider. This is what a new input element which is given by HTML5, especially in most of the shopping cart applications where you need to check the price, maybe a range of price in order to filter out all the products. So in this range, you should have a slider within the range like minimum and maximum values with a step out operation, so that when you slide this, a lot of operations may take place. So range is a kind of type which will give you an input slider. And month, if the user want to select only month and year, directly we'll use month. And then week, only week and year. And then time, it allows user to select time. Date time allows you to select the date and the time as well. And the input type email allows you to write only an email address with a specified validations. And telephone used to enter only the telephone number of 10 numbers. And URL should be a valid website URL. So these are the new input HTML form elements in order to support a wide range of input elements in a form. And there are a lot of new attributes which are included in HTML5. One is autocomplete, used to specify whether the form or an input field should have an autocompletion or not. So usually you see a lot of web applications, whether when you are opening that, it by default asks you to autofill. When you say autofill and then click on that, by default it itself will fill some of the predefined values which you have entered in other website, like your email address or your address, your mobile number. So all these values by default will come. That is biggest feature of using autocomplete. And then second thing you have is a no validate. It should specify whether form data should be validated or not when submitted to the server. And you have one more attribute called autofocus. When you mention this autofocus attribute for a particular input element, when the page loads, by default that particular input will be get focused so that the user can directly enter the data. And the form attribute specifies this particular input element belongs to which kind of form, and form action specifies this particular form data should be sent to what kind of URL, and encryption type form method specifies what method you have to use for sending the data. And form no validate, in an input element we can mention whether the form element should be validated or not. And list used to refers to a data list that contains a drop-down list, and we have minimum and maximum attributes to specify the minimum and maximum value, especially for a number. And we have a placeholder which is very important to enter. It will display a value what kind of a value you can enter. That's called a placeholder. So now we'll see an example of an HTML5 form. The example I'm taking same as a contact form, but I'm not taking the regular HTML elements, but I'm taking HTML5 elements here. Now here I have taken required attribute. This required attribute specifies whether this is a mandatory element or not. If you do not, this is a new attribute which is given in HTML5. If you do not mention it as a required, now you need to handle it by using a JavaScript code, which is really headache process. Now I made last name. Till this, it is a text only, and username is text, password is password. Now, in order to demonstrate mobile number, I just mentioned it as a number, or instead of this, it's a mobile number. I can take a type of tel. So, and then here I have taken it as a mobile number, and then I made it as a required. And for email, I have mentioned the type to be as an email. So as a date of birth, and then required. Oh, sorry, this could be email. So now the second thing, I have a date of birth, and then the type I have mentioned as a date. Directly it will allow you to open a calendar, and then you can select a date, and you can select a favorite color, and then the type of that I have given as a color. And then here for range, I have taken price. The input type is range, and minimum value is 10, maximum value is 2000, and then the step value is 100. So when you're moving it, it takes only 100 as a step value. And then website, here I have entered a URL, type as a URL, so it will ask you to enter an appropriate URL. Now for a select browser, I take input list as an attribute called browsers. This list always will point to a data list with a particular ID. Now the data list, we don't have select here. Now simply we are saying it as a list. The list element should have attribute always should point to a data list with a particular ID called browser. Now here I mentioned the options, Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Safari, and then I have a reset button, and then I have a submit button. Now let us see how exactly it is going to be shown. So now let me open this file, HTML5 new elements with Chrome browser. So when we open this, now it is going to show you all the HTML input elements. Now suppose say if I don't enter first name and register, then immediately it will say please fill out this field. Why? Because I mentioned this as a required attribute. So directly when you move out this, please fill out this field, it will come. But if some of them are not mandatory, so it is not showing. You see, website I did not mention it as a required, so it is not showing to fill it out. But when you are moving it out, all these fields are mandatory, so that your browser knows what is a thing you need to give. Okay. Now here I'm saying first name as first name, and last name I'm just giving it as the last name, and username and username, and password as password, and let us say mobile number. I'm just going to enter it as a number, telephone. So now I'm entering as the first name, last name, username, password, and then the mobile number, and the email ID. Suppose if I enter something and then click on register, then here it gives you an error saying that please include an @ in the email address, which is missing. So it performs you the basic operation. So if I say @gmail.com, then click on register, because I made date of birth as a mandatory. When I click on this, by default it opens your calendar. So I can directly select the date, whatever I want to enter. So, and then I can have the date or month as a increment or decrement I can do by one step. So now here select favorite color, clicking on that it will come. Now you can select any color, and then the color will be displayed here, and then the price is a range, which is a step value, and then it is your responsibility to print it as an output value, whatever the range you have mentioned. Let us say I just click on okay, which I did not make it mandatory. So the website is a URL. Now what I do is, suppose if I enter something and then click on register, it will say please enter a URL. So it always performs the validation http://www.google.com. Then only it will give you, and then the browser that whatever you want to select, and then click on register. So it will come. So the new HTML5 elements are very essential. And then one more thing you'll have is a placeholder, which we forgot to add. Now let us say here you want to enter the placeholder. Now we have placeholder is equals to some name, that whatever you want to, first name. Okay. Now let us say for username, if you have a specific to have numbers and characters, now you can have user 111 or something like. Okay. Now when you mention this as a placeholder, then it is by default is going to give you like this. So when you click on this, now when you enter, that will be removed. So it gives an idea of what kind of a data you can expect. So it really reduces a lot of validation rules, and then the user will understand this is what the appropriate value I need to enter. So placeholders give you what exactly the input you are expecting from a user. So that is how the HTML5 is introduced new elements. And here is an assignment question to you, and then you try to create an HTML page with the given elements, and there's an assessment questions. Try to answer the correct one.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
So in this session, we'll discuss about how to work with multimedia using HTML5, the latest version of HTML. So the objective of this session is, first we'll try to understand what is HTML multimedia, and then how HTML supports different kinds of multimedia elements. So as part of this discussion, we'll discuss about how to work with video elements using HTML5, how to work with audio elements using HTML5, and then how to work and then play YouTube videos by using HTML5. So what is multimedia content is usually most of the users are not happy by reading a lot of textual content. So in order to have a better user experience, it is always essential for us to show some kind of video content and some kind of audio content and some kind of animations, music, etc. So multimedia on the web is a combination of all this, like audio, music, videos, and movies and animations. So web page often contain multimedia elements of different types and formats. If you see in video, we have lots of video formats. In audio, we'll have a lot of audio formats. So all these audio formats and then video formats, it is very essential to understand what kind of a format that HTML document supports based on the browser specific configuration. So HTML5 multimedia is completely different from the previous versions of HTML. It promises an easier future for multimedia with simple coding declarations. So multimedia files also have their own formats of different extensions like .swf or .mp3, .mp4, .wav files, .wmv, and then .avi. And these are the different extensions of the multimedia, especially some of them contains video formats, some of them contains audio formats. So how we'll work with video elements is prior to HTML5, every video content used to have a support of Flash. So if your browser doesn't have a Flash plugin which is configured, so the browser could not able to render video formats properly. So to overcome this, because of increasing demand of video content in web applications, so HTML5 standard shows a predefined way of showing videos on your web pages. So without much hassle or dependent on flashes, so you can directly use HTML5 videos without using external Flash plugin. To use that, we use a tag called video. It's a simple tag which specifies a standard way to embed your video content to your HTML page. So what are the multimedia files will be supported for video is, so it may be supported MP4, which is the standard video format, and we can also have .avi, we can also have .wav. So all these formats, and we can also have WebM, WMV format. So all these formats are supported by HTML5 video tag, but there are certain restrictions on the browser specific side. So that when you're using a browser to render the page, some of the browser supports only a specific format. So when you're using video content in your HTML document, it is very essential for you to think both in development perspective and as well as in browser specific perspective. So if your content is accessed only by using specific browsers which supports that format, then you have to use those formats only of video to render in web pages properly. So we'll see how this video tag will work. Is video tag will have certain attributes, like we have controls. The control attribute shows like when you're showing a video file, there are some built-in controls will be provided by HTML5, and if you mention that control attribute, maybe you can assign true or false value to it, or you can directly use an attribute without any value. So if you say controls by default will give you the video player controls, like you have pause, play, forward, backward, and full screen. These kind of controls by default will come. And it is having two more attributes. One is width and the second one is height. It is always recommended to specify width and then height of your video. Otherwise, rendering that video into your web page will be always difficult. So the width and then height should be in terms of pixels, that is 320 and then 240 that we have given in this example. But video attribute, video tag will have one child tag that is called source tag. So source is an important tag to identify where is the real location of your video. That is, suppose in this example we have devstories.webm, and you also need to mention one more attribute called type. Type also used to specify what kind of type that this video format contains. It's always a format of your video. Now we'll mention the type of the format, like video slash and then the format like WebM. And if it is MP4, we'll mention type is equal to video slash MP4. So it is always a good practice of using all different formats in a single source. It doesn't mean that these two sources are two different videos that will be played into your web page. It will play only one based on the location identified and based on the browser supported. Suppose if you are giving devstories.mp4, then it will take that and then will render. Suppose if the browsers supports only WebM, then by default it loads WebM and then will render. So it doesn't load two different videos here, only one with the appropriate format. And similarly, we have HTML5 audio. Audio provides a standard way of playing audio files, and then before HTML5, and then audio files could be played only with built-in support of Flash. But now audio, similar to video, will have audio tag by using controls, and we have source tag, and source tag will have two attributes like source and then type. Type specifies what format of audio that you are using, audio/ogg type or audio/mpeg, and if the extension is .mp3. And you can also include a text that your browser does not support the audio element, because most of the browser doesn't render the audios properly. If the audio is not rendered properly, the text that what is shown inside these audio controls will be shown, audio tag will be shown into the web page. That is, your browser doesn't support the audio element, that kind of. So next thing is a very popular way of using YouTube. So when you want to show your video content, it's always difficult for us to understand what kind of formats that your web browser supports, and then you need to create different videos of different formats and mention them in your HTML code, and then we need to see, we need to test across all the browsers whether they are rendering properly or not. So in order to overcome all these difficulties, the best way is to play these videos via YouTube. The simple thing is like, simply you create an account in the YouTube, and then you upload your videos into the YouTube, and then YouTube itself will take care about the responsibility of rendering what kind of format that you are giving. So what we do is generally we'll take the ID or the URL of the video that uploaded to YouTube, and then with this ID we can directly refer to video in the HTML code. So to use YouTube play videos, we use a tag called iframe. Iframe is a tag which is used to play YouTube videos, and then with a mention of height, width, and then the source is a very important attribute here, which specify what is the URL of the video that you embedded into YouTube. So the URL will look something like this: https www.youtube.com/embed/ and then the appropriate ID of the particular video. So let us see an example of how we create an HTML. So here I created a plain HTML page called HTML multimedia.html. Here what we do is we try to create one div, and inside this I'm going to say like the video player example. So what I do is here I'll take the video and here under this I'll have my source tag. So under source I'm just going to give my file which I have in my this location.mp4, and we also need to mention what is the type of this format. Like I'm going to show this as a video slash mp4. Now I'm going to say it as an mp4 format. And similarly, as I told you, like if you have multiple formats of this, like say introduction dot org file, and then you're going to mention type is equals to video/ogg or something like this. Suppose if your browser doesn't support, simply you're going to insert some text. Your browser does not support these formats, and you have to ensure that these formats of video should be available. So let us try to run this. So now here you see, if you do not mention any height, length, and width, it is going to occupy the whole space, which is not a good programming practice. And then we didn't even mention the controls and all. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to mention the control attributes. Now the control attributes, you can give a boolean value, true or false, or directly you can give it. And then I'm going to mention the width of this as a 500, and then the height of this as, or else I'll give this width as 600, and then the height as 500. So when you save this, now when you refresh, Now your video is embedded with the proper controls. So if I click on that, your video will be played, and then you have all the controls, whether to allow it as a full screen, or you can escape this so that it will come. So you can pause it, you can play it anytime, and then you can fast forward it, and you can mute your audio, and then every control that you can work with. So by default it is going to come. And similarly, if you want to work with audio, that depends upon the browser. So what we are going to do is I just copy pasted this. Now I'm going to say it as an audio example. Now instead of this video, I'm just going to say it as an audio, and we don't require this height and then width, or if you want to specify you can. And then the source I'm just giving as here I have a sample audio.mp3. So now I'm going to say sample audio.mp3, and then the format for this is we are going to change this to audio/mp3. So now let us save me this, and then I'll come to this, and then I'll delete. So here I'll say it doesn't support these formats, something like. So now let us run this. So when you see the audio example has come, so when you click on this, the audio will directly play, or where we have a predefined controls. This is a way how you put your music files or something like with the proper controls. So now the third division I'm going to take now is to illustrate the YouTube plays, how you're going to play the YouTube videos, and YouTube video example. So here we don't use either audio or video. Oh, sorry, I didn't change this. That is what the intelligence of HTML. So even though these tags are not matched properly, that will show the content. And now here I'm going to say my iframe. So where it is going to give you your source. Now probably the source, here I have a video which I have uploaded to YouTube. So I'll copy paste this for our reference now. And then it is always important to mention what is the height and then width. Height I'm going to say is 500, and then width 600, exactly like the same. Now let us run this. So when I run this, so now it has loaded. When I click on that, now it is playing. So until and unless I click on this, it doesn't play. So you have all the controls inbuilt. Now if I click on this, so by default the full screen is not available until and unless you mention it to allow. So if you want to allow the full screen, simply what you do is now you have allow full screen attribute, and then once you run this, then probably you can see that once I play, the controls will come, and then you can click on this, then it will allow you to the full screen. These were the controls. Suppose if you want now when I reload this, in some situations I want this video to be auto-played. If you want to do that autoplay, here you can append some kind of parameters called autoplay is equals to 1. If I say 0, by default the value is 0, so it is not autoplay. If you want it to be autoplayed, just refresh it, and then once the page is loaded, it automatically renders and then will autoplay. And similarly, if you don't want any controls with this, simply what you can do is you can say controls as a parameter. You can pass it to controls is equals to 0. So 0 indicates that we do not want any controls. So when you click on this, now controls will not be shown. So the only video will be played. So only you have pause and play, that's it, nothing else you can do. So that's how you're going to work with video. And YouTube videos are very easy way of embedding your content. So that is the way how you're going to work with YouTube. And I've given an assignment. Just go through this assignment and try to write the program. And we have an assessment questions, 5 assessment questions. Go through them and then try to answer the correct one.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the role of a servlet in Java EE? Option A, to handle database operations. Option B, to process requests and generate responses. Option C, to create user interfaces. Option D, to manage application security. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
So in these sessions, we'll discuss about one more important client-side technologies, that is JavaScript. So JavaScript is a very powerful programming language which is intended to use for developing dynamic web pages. So we have a very clear understanding of working with static web pages and dynamic web pages. So there is always a confusion comes how JavaScript is used in developing web pages, that to be developing dynamic content. So to clearly understand the difference between the dynamic web page or the dynamic content in a web page is, suppose when you're accessing Gmail account, or you're accessing your Gmail account, and when you log into the Gmail, the whole page displays your own data. That is what you call as a dynamic content or dynamic data, that is user specific data. So each user will see his own kind of specific information. So those kind of pages are dynamically built by using some kind of server-side technologies along with HTML and CSS. But what exactly JavaScript does is, JavaScript is used to do a lot of operations on your web page. So the objective of this session is, first we understand what is JavaScript, and then how JavaScript is fit in client-side technologies, or what are the operations we can do by using JavaScript. So as part of understanding JavaScript, we see what are the basics of JavaScript, of how you declare the variables, how you work with the data types, and then how you work with functions, etc. So to talk about JavaScript is a very lightweight object-based interpreted programming language. So meaning so far we are discussing HTML and CSS. Both languages like HTML and CSS, they both are interpreted programming languages. So when you design your web page, with the help of browser, we interpret the code and then we show the data in a form of web page. So to style that, we use CSS. So HTML and CSS along together will be used for designing and styling your web page. And similarly, there are a lot of operations or dynamic operations we have to do in a web page to show some content to the user. Example, suppose in your web page you want to show what is the current data. So to access the system's current data and show it to the user, you definitely need to write some kind of programs. So there is a programming language required in order to do these operations. We cannot do it by using either HTML or CSS, because HTML do not have any specific tag to get these kind of information. And similarly, HTML, we discussed, like we have a lot of form data, but that form data allows form elements that allows user to enter the data, but we never check whether it is according to the business requirements or not. Example, suppose when you have a input text to enter the username, so the username requirements will change from business to business. Suppose some of them will allow only the alphabet, some of them will allow alphanumerics, and some of them may allow some special symbols, etc. So in order to validate this data, we don't need to write all these operations at the server side. There should be a programming language which should do all these operations effectively at client side, so that a lot of burden on the server will be reduced. So there should be a programming language required at client side to do some more dynamic operations along with HTML and CSS. That's where your JavaScript will fit into. So JavaScript is a kind of programming language, something like your C# or Java or PHP. So it is an object-based programming language. So there are different types of programming languages. Like if you talk about Java, Java is an object-oriented programming language, but here it is object-based programming language. So it doesn't completely support all the features of object-oriented programming language, like inheritance, polymorphism and all, but basically it deals with some kind of object. So it allows you to create some kind of objects, maybe some JSON data or arrays or some kind of user classes we can define, and then we can create the object. But wherein you cannot have all the object oriented programming features like exactly like how you work with Java. So JavaScript is a object based programming language, not object oriented. There is a difference between object based and object oriented. So it is very lightweight. So whole JavaScript is easily invoked, and if you write the code like exactly in Java, how do you write the similar kind of coding you can do by using JavaScript. It is a very lightweight, so it doesn't take much time by the browser to execute. So one more important point about JavaScript is cross-platform and cross-browser. So all the browsers understands JavaScript and then will execute the operations in the same way. So the basic usage of JavaScript, so we are not talking about what the major operations we can do by using JavaScript, but our content is how efficiently we can use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS for developing interactive and rich web pages. So whereas JavaScript is an efficient programming language, if you use along with HTML and CSS to create interactive and rich web pages. So what are the main operations that we use JavaScript is? Mostly JavaScript were used for client-side form validations. Earlier, before the existence of HTML5, so it was very difficult to validate the client's form data. So to do that, JavaScript exactly fits in because you have a lot of functionalities to access all the elements data within the browser that what the user enters, and we can manipulate the data. During that manipulations, we can validate whether the user entered data is according to the requirement of the business or not. So but HTML5 by default contains some inbuilt validations like required, pattern, which we have already seen. So mainly right now, so JavaScript is not meant for client-side form validations because we have been using a lot of other JavaScript frameworks which efficiently deal with client-side form validations. But yes, JavaScript also can be used for client-side form validations. And suppose in some situations, example, if you see, there will be some dynamic drop-down menus. Example, when a user fills a form, let us say the first field that he has to use is select country, and then second input element will have a select state. So by default, when the page loads, we just load only select country. We never load select state. Why? Because the state data should dynamically change upon the selecting of a country by the user. So in this situation, the drop-down menu for select state should be dynamically generated when the user select a particular country. So to deal with dynamic drop-down menus creation, JavaScript is efficiently dealt with. And then displaying date and time dynamically, and displaying pop-up windows and dialog boxes, which is the core efficient usage of JavaScript. So when user is interacting, so if something goes wrong, or if the pattern is not validated, or form data is not validated, or if you want to notify the user about some kind of event, maybe when he leaves the page or when he submits the data, and all these things we can efficiently display by using some pop-up windows. So you don't need to design those windows by scratch. JavaScript by default allows you to have a lot of dialog boxes and as well as input windows which are used efficiently in client side. And one more very important of JavaScript these days is to manipulate HTML elements dynamically. So JavaScript is having a document object which can access all the elements of your HTML page, and you can dynamically change the data, or you can manipulate the data, you can create other DOM elements. So there is a document object element model which we'll discuss in further sessions, but which is efficiently used to create dynamic web pages by using JavaScript. So it is not only used to dynamically change the data of an element, but that you can also create an element dynamically or delete an element dynamically. So all these operations we can do by using DOM manipulation. So JavaScript efficiently used for these kind of operations. Now this question comes like, how you write JavaScript? So JavaScript can be used inside a web page in several ways. The first and foremost thing is we write JavaScript inside the head tag. So if you want to include your JavaScript within the head tag, we have to use an HTML tag called script. The script is a predefined tag supported by HTML. So when your browser understands the script, it understands we are going to write some kind of script. So we also need to mention what kind of a script we are writing inside the script tag. That will be mentioned by using a type attribute. The type always refers to text/JavaScript. So your browser understands, okay, this particular script is a JavaScript, so it understands how to interpret this. And the second location where you can write your JavaScript is within the body. So within the body tag, again we use a script tag, and we use the JavaScript code which will embed inside the body. And if you have huge code to write, which is not a good programming practice to write inside head or inside body, because we want to separate the HTML code and the JavaScript code. So at this time you can write an external JavaScript code or the entire JavaScript code inside an external JavaScript file, and then you can refer that external JavaScript file in your HTML with a source attribute. So if you want to refer it to an external JavaScript file, instead of writing the whole functions, so simply we use an attribute called source, and then we give the URL of the JavaScript file which you are referring to. So when your page is getting loaded, then your browser will go to that URL and then will pick up the whole code and then make it ready. So as a user interacts, or whenever the functions or any kind of programming has to be executed, your browser will execute the code from the external JavaScript. So there are three ways of writing a JavaScript. One is within head, one is within body, and third one is within the external JavaScript. So talking about JavaScript, like any other programming language, learning JavaScript also have several steps. That it supports different kind of data types. We need to understand what kind of a data types it supports and how you declare those kind of data types by using variables. And it also supports all basic manipulations of using if-else statement, switch statement, for, while, do while, and break statement, continue statement. So the inspiration of JavaScript is from Java, so it supports the basic syntaxes of all your Java does. I'm not talking about object oriented programming stuff, the basic programming stuff, like how you deal with the data types, how you deal with the variables, and then how you deal with these conditional statements and iterative statements. So JavaScript also does all these things. So to create a variable, we know that variable is the name of the data location, or where you're going to store the data. So there are two types of variables will be supported. One is local variable and second one is global variable. So we are just limited to only the specific variables that you can create by using basic JavaScript programming, that how variables can be created. So if you talk about Java, then the perspective is different, like you have different class variables, local variables and all, but the coding of JavaScript is completely different from Java. So when you're writing code of JavaScript, you should be very much careful about the syntax of JavaScript. So Java coding syntax is different, JavaScript coding syntax is different. Now here we'll clearly understand what is a local variable and global variable. Global variable is nothing but any variable which is declared outside the functions of JavaScript. So inside the script tag, if you create any variable, it is called as a global variable. So global variable can be accessible throughout your JavaScript code in any function. And similarly, you can have a local variable. Local variable is created inside a block or a function, exactly like Java. And there may be some variable shadowing will happen exactly like in Java, how you have, like if you have a local variable and global variable, so which one with the same name, then which one will be accessed. So that depends upon the location where you are accessing. Suppose inside a function, if you have a local variable, then by default local variable is given preference, and then you will access only the local variable data. But if you do not have that local variable, by default you can access that global variable. So talk about data types. JavaScript supports two types of data. One is primitive and second one is reference type, that is object type. But JavaScript data types are limited. So you don't have very huge number of data types, but simple data types like any sequence of character, maybe a single character or a sequence of character, simply they are referred as a string type. So here string is not an object in Java, rather we call it as a string, but we can manipulate strings by invoking a lot of methods. So the data type of sequence of characters are represented as string, and any numeric value, maybe integer, maybe a real or whatever, so that are represented as a number type. And second, we have Boolean value to represent true or false, and we have one more value called undefined. Undefined refers like there is no definition for it. Suppose in Java, if you do not declare any variable and trying to access, you're going to get an error. Or in C or C++, you're going to get some garbage value. But in JavaScript, it gives that a value called undefined. Undefined is nothing but the variable is not defined with any value. So it doesn't give you any compilation error or the program is not going to run. Rather, it by default assign a value called undefined. Undefined means that no value is defined for the particular variable. And you can also define one more value type called null. These are not values, these are also types. So you can assign undefined as a value, but the type of undefined is undefined. And similarly, you can assign null as a value, but the type of null is null. The type of null is an object. So there is certain kind of differences. So here we'll have null you can assign as a value, and similarly you have reference type, that is what you call as a object types. So in JavaScript you can define object instances, like you can create classes and then you can create objects as not classes directly. You can create objects by using new or some kind of object syntaxes. We'll declare how you're going to create objects in the next session, and we can work with arrays. We can also work with regular expressions. And third thing we'll have is a JavaScript functions. So before that, first let us see some kind of basic coding how the JavaScript can be written. So for that, I have taken a simple HTML file where I have head and then I don't even have a body. So what I do is now I'll write a body section in this. So it's a plain HTML. Now I want to write some kind of script. So if you want to write your JavaScript, then inside head you can have a script tag. So or you can write your script inside the body. So what is the basic difference we'll discuss in a while, but here this section defines your JavaScript. So how exactly you can write is you can use single line comments and multiple line comments, but the single line comment will be used to / exactly like Java, and I'm write single line comments. And if you want to write multiple line comments similar to Java, you have / and asterisk and then asterisk and /. So here I can say that multiple comments or multi-line comments. So this is how you write. Those are ignored by the web browser when you're rendering your HTML page. So basically we start off declaring our variables. Now here in JavaScript, variables can be declared by using a var followed by the variable name. So here we are not going to specify what kind of a data type that your variable is going to have. So unlike in Java, if you are declaring an integer variable, we declare int and then the variable name. But here we don't need to mention what type of a variable that you are storing in a variable name. That is what you call as there's no meaning of no need of giving any type of the data that you are assigned. So these kind of programming languages are called untyped languages. So that itself will assign. Suppose when you are having say I'm going to have a student name. Now here I can directly assign the data, maybe a string or maybe a number. Now string can be represented in two ways. That can be embedded within the single quotes, or that can be embedded within the double quotes. Now I'm going to have let us say I'm going to write ZaranTech as a single quotes, or you can use double quotes to represent a string. So now here I'm not mentioning what kind of a data type that variable student name is going to have, but by default it clearly understands that it is a string type, and then we'll also declare. Similarly, the numeric numbers, like to say I have age and I have marks, I'm going to create 544.5, and then a boolean data I'll try to declare is regular or something. So here I'm going to define the boolean data. The values for the boolean data is either true or false. So here you shouldn't use 0 and false here, 0 or 1 that are represented as a numeric data. Here we have a specific values for the boolean data, that is true or false. So now here we are not mentioning what kind of a data type it is going to have, but if you want to check what kind of a type that this variable is holding. So simply what you can do is you can write any kind of data. Suppose if you want to write some dynamic data by using JavaScript, simply I can write hello, welcome to JavaScript. So now what happens is when you are running this this program, so this web page directly writes the data that whatever we have write. So JavaScript is used to write some kind of dynamic content. You can also use your HTML tags inside this. Suppose if I want to say it as a h2 or a header tag, so you can write this, and then when you refresh it, it's going to have h2. So you can embed all your HTML tags to write dynamic content. So it is very efficient to write textual data or HTML content onto your browser dynamically. So I don't want to write this content. What I do is, now my intention is to check what kind of a data type that we are working with. So to do that, there is a keyword. Like any other programming languages, JavaScript is also having a lot of reserved words. In that we have a type of. Type of is used to check what kind of a type that the variable holds a data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write document.write and I'm going to say type of student name is plus. I can simply write type of is a keyword followed by the variable name. Suppose if I want to write student name, and it can clearly says what kind of a data type it is. Now the type of student name is string. So what I'll do is I'll separate this. So it's a string. Now similarly you can check all the other type of data that you're working with. So I'm going to say type of age, type of marks, and type of is regular. So now here I'll say age, marks, and is regular. So when you see this, okay, all of them are going to declare within the same line. So what I do is I need to write my break statement in each and every line that I want to append with. So when you say this, now type of student name is string, but if you see both age and marks are referred as numbers, they did not represent it as a int or double kind of. So if you have only number one data type, is regular is referred as a boolean. And similarly, suppose I have a variable, example undefined or something not defined, and I want to access this value. So let us see what is the type of is going to be. So not defined, it's going to be undefined. So when you run this, you're going to say undefined. So it's not giving any error, rather it is building the page. That is what you call as an interpreted language. So and you can also assign null, and then there is an equality between null and undefined. So what you can do is, now here we can say variable not equal to, now I'm assigning a null value. Now let us check. Now it will come as an object. So null type is an object in Java. So if you want to check the comparison between null and undefined, so now what I do is I want to check whether undefined is equals to null. So there is an interesting discussion about the equality, or when you're comparing two different data, there are two kinds of comparisons will happen. Only the value comparison, and second is value and type comparison. So the double equals always will check value comparison. Example, if I see undefined double equals to null, that is false. So when I say sorry, that is true, because the values of undefined and null, the values are same, but when you mention it to be a type, so then they are going to say that these three are two different types, then you're going to get it as a false. So when you use undefined null as a value, they both are represented as same by JavaScript, but when you check the type of them, undefined and null are two different data types. So at this point it is going to give you false. So this is what the basic comparison, and it is very important interview questions for JavaScript. What is the basic difference between double equals and triple equals? So triple equals to always will check both type and then the value. So that is how the equality will be. And let us discuss about working with functions. So like how we're going to write functions. So functions in JavaScript can be written using a keyword called function, and then simply you can write functions. There is no return type of what kind of static or nothing. You'll have simply function followed by the name. And then here I'm going to write something like document dot write hello, welcome to JavaScript, or something like. So now the interesting fact I'll tell you is this function will not be invoked until and unless you invoke the method. You see, we are not getting any output of this because we're not invoking this function. We just written a function. So how you're going to invoke a function? Usually functions will be invoked based on the user interactions. Example, when the user clicks a button or when the page loads or something. So here we have a attribute called onload. I'm going to call say hello. So I'm going to invoke this method when the page loads, and then let me rerun this. Now supposingly what happens is when the page loads, we are writing document.write. What document.write will do is it will clear whatever the content that you have written already, and then it is just going to write it stream based. So when you are invoking a method, there is a new stream will be created, and then with that new stream it is going to write the content. So whatever the content you have already written will be erased off. So that is what, but that if you want to append this data to this dynamically, we need to append by creating some kind of child elements or something. But if you use document.write, it is going to overwrite the data that whatever you have written previously. So like the other programming languages, the function can also access parameters. You can pass a number of parameters, but the declaration is very simple. Suppose here you are passing a name. So here I'm going to pass a single quote, and then I'm passing a string ZaranTech as a single quote. Now here I'm going to say it as a name. I don't want to mention what type of a data you are accessing even, and simply what I can do is here I can access my variable saying that name, and when you reload this, now it says hello ZaranTech, welcome to JavaScript. So this ZaranTech will be passed here as a variable. So it is untyped language, so you don't need to worry about what kind of a data type you're passing, and then what kind of data type that you're declared as part of a function declaration. So the function can also return a data. Suppose if you want to return something, simply you can return name. So whenever you call this function, it is going to return you something. Or similarly, you can call another function. So inside one function, exactly like other things you'll have, by passing this, let us say I'm going to define one more function here, a function of another function of name. Now I'm going to write welcome back by passing this name as a parameter. So let us run this. Document.write welcome back of name. So this function, you see, it is case sensitive, so you should be very careful about writing the syntaxes, because JavaScript is an interpreted language. So we have written hello ZaranTech, welcome to JavaScript, and then welcome back ZaranTech. This is what the method invocations will have. And one more very important thing is JavaScript is case sensitive. Suppose if you declare anything like student name, they both are created in a different way. Like I'll say student. So now when you say the student name, the value is, I'm just going to access here student name, the global variable. Now you are going to get student, and similarly if I say this as uppercase, then it is going to be ZaranTech. So it is completely case sensitive. You should be very careful about declaring functions and declaring variable names. this is the way how we are going to create functions. And like other programming languages, you can use all if else statements. Suppose if name double equals to say ZaranTech, so then you can write document dot write you are authorized or something like. So you can always use if else statements to write, you say now you say you are authorized, the if else statement has been written. And similarly you can use for statements, if else statements, and anything for variable I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to 10, and then I plus plus, I'm going to say document dot write of I value is plus I. So you can use break statements, you can use condition statement. You see I value from 1 to 10 you got printed. So same thing like how you are going to write the basics in Java, but the same thing you can write in JavaScript, but sure you should make sure of writing the appropriate syntax using JavaScript. So there's an assignment given to you. Just try to write some code and then evaluate yourself. Like the assignment will be given to you, and there is an assessment questions, 5 assessment questions. Try to answer the correct answer.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical, and the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
So in this session, we'll discuss some of the advanced topics of JavaScript, that is working with objects, arrays, strings, and then date. So the syntax of working with these 4 elements are completely different from the other programming languages. So JavaScript handles all these objects, arrays, strings, and dates in its own different fashion. So what exactly is an object? An object is an entity which is having a state and behavior. So JavaScript is an object-based programming language. Though it doesn't support the complete object-oriented programming features, it allows you to work with some kind of object. So JavaScript is based on templates, not based on class. So we never use classes for creating objects here, but we can create the objects, we can create its own behavior and then its own state, and then we can invoke the state and behavior by using the references. So JavaScript supports 3 ways to create an object. The first way is by using an object literal, and second is by using new keyword, and third is by using constructor or a function constructor. So in object literal, any object if you want to create, directly we create it with a variable emp is equals to, and any object in JavaScript is represented within the curly braces. So anything that you write within the curly braces is represented as an object in Java when you assign this to a particular variable. And object can have its state and then its behavior. State is nothing but the properties of an object. So each property is going to have a value. So directly we are going to mention id is equals id colon 1 or 2. So here we are not declaring it as a specific variable type like variable id is equals to 102. So instead of that, we can directly create the property and then a value. So an object here is going to have property as a state, and directly you can assign it as a value, whether it is a string, whether it is a number, whether it is a boolean. So directly you can assign the property. So there is no redeclaration of data type is required. And if you want to access any of the property, we use the object reference. In this example, we use emp as a reference, and emp object is having 3 properties. One is id, second is name, and third is salary. As we discussed, like all the properties are separated by using commas, and the string can be declared by using single quotes or within the double quotes. To access each and every property, we use the reference. So in this case, emp is the reference for this object. Dot, we use a period operator for accessing the property, exactly like in Java, emp.id and emp.name, emp.salary. This is what the basic way and a simple way of creating an object literal. So the second way of creating an object is by using new keyword. So to create new keyword to object by using new keyword, we use variable object name is equal to new, and here we are going to use a constructor called object. So object is a constructor in this case, directly creates this as an object. So when you say variable emp is equal to new object, here we are just creating an object, but we are not assigning any properties. If you want to assign a properties, we assign the properties like emp.id, emp.name, emp.salary is equals to, and we assign the appropriate values. And same way, if you want to access, we use emp.id, emp.name and emp.salary. And the third way of creating an object is by using constructor. So constructor, here we are going to define a JavaScript function. So here function emp we created. So emp as a function, now it is going to act as a constructor for creating your emp object. So here emp, and we have three parameters for the emp function: id, name, salary. And here we simply using this dot id is equal to id, this dot name is equal to name, this dot salary is equal to salary. And here when an object is created by using this constructor, and by default when you say this dot id, there is a property will be created called id, and whatever the local variable id value you will give, and then that will be passed, and then that will be assigned to the object's property called id. So it's a very simple way of declaring an object. And when you are invoking this constructor, we use variable emp is equal to new emp of the appropriate values will pass. So it always will check whether is there any constructor function written for this object and the appropriate number of parameters, and these parameter values will be passed for this particular emp object. These three properties are created and values will be assigned. And same way how you access it, by using the reference name e.id, e.name and then e.salary. Now let us see an example of how we are going to work with this. So here I have taken an example of working with object declaration. The first way of declaring an object, here I have taken a variable emp1 is equals to, and then I have used a curly braces representation, and where each and every property, like I have id I have assigned a numeric value 101, and name I have assigned emp1, and salary I have assigned 50,000. So to create to display the details of this employee, I have taken document.write, and then I have taken emp1 details, and to access this property I make use of this reference emp1, emp1.id, emp1.name and emp1.salary. So when you run this, so there is an object will be created and properties will be assigned, and you can access this with the emp1.id. So emp1.id will be 101, emp1.name will be emp1, and emp1.salary will be 50,000. Second way of creating an object is by using new keyword. Now here variable emp2 is equal to new. Here we are using object constructor for creating an object. So it is going to use for creating any type of object, and simple way we can assign the properties later by using emp2. The reference dot id is a property and then the value, name is a property and then the value, salary is a property and then the value. So similarly we're just printing all the employee2 details by accessing the properties on the reference emp2.id, emp2.name and emp2.salary. The third way of creating is by using a function. So constructor. So now what I'm trying to do is just let me comment these three to clearly understand. Now here I have a constructor function called emp, and I have id, name, salary as a parameters, and this dot id is equal to id, this dot name is equal to name, this dot salary is equal to salary. So when this constructor function is invoked but for creating an object, so by default these three properties will be created, and then these three properties are assigned with appropriate values that are passed for this constructor. So to invoke this, we use variable emp3 is equal to new emp of, we pass the id, we pass the name, and then we also pass the salary. So now this emp function will be invoked with appropriate three parameters. id will be passed 103 will be passed to id, and emp3 will be passed to name, 70,000 will be passed to salary, and there is a property will be created for this emp3 object called id, and this 103 will be assigned. So it's a local variable, it is a object property. So the same way like how you invoke is with a reference with a property emp3.id, emp3.name. Now let us run this to understand how it is going to happen. Now let me save this. Now if you see, emp1 details I got, emp2 details I got, and then emp3 details I got. So that is how we are going to create functions by using 3 different approaches. Now second thing, we can also have JavaScript functions inside objects. So in the previous example we have seen only the state, but you can also have a behavior for an object. So behavior is nothing but the functions. So what we can do, inside the constructor function you can create some functions of the particular object. Example here, apart from the properties, we are creating a function called change salary, where this change salary is going to be a function which takes one parameter called other salary. And what I'm trying to do is this dot salary I'm just assigning with a new modified value. So when you want to invoke this function, simply we'll say that object reference dot change salary as a function by passing the appropriate value. Now we'll see that how it is going to be created. Now here to write this, now we are going to say we've already created this function. So now here this dot change salary is equals to, now if it is a function, directly we can create it by using function change salary of new salary. If you see the difference between salary and change salary, salary is a property, directly we are assigning a value, but change salary is a function. So how we are going to say is change salary is equal to function of change salary of new salary. This dot salary is equal to new salary. To invoke this, what we do is emp3 dot, we use this property called change salary of the new assigned value. So when we invoke, what happens, it checks whether a function is there for this particular employee emp3 called change salary, and if it finds this 1 lakh will be passed to new salary function, a new salary parameter, and this new salary will be assigned to the salary property. So previously the salary was 70,000. Now we change the salary to 1 lakh so that the 70,000 will be replaced with 1 lakh. And after changing the salary, if you invoke emp3.salary, then the new value will be invoked. So when you're going to run this, so now you are going to say, save this and run. Now after changing the salary will be 1 lakh. This is how you're going to work with objects. So objects can be created in 3 ways, and then if you want to have some specific functions for a particular object, then probably you have to use a constructor. Inside the constructor you can create the properties, and then inside the constructor you can also have object functions. The second thing we'll have is working with arrays. So what do you mean by an array? An array is a group of homogeneous elements. So instead of working individual data types, we can group all the similar data into an array. So what happens is when the memory is allocated, arrays elements are going to be stored in contiguous memory location. So it will be very easy to process arrays and very easy to access the arrays elements, because you don't need to search for the whole memory to invoke a particular array element. Why? Because all these elements are stored in a contiguous memory locations, that is side by side. So with the index incrementation you can access all the elements by using indexes. So arrays are also created in JavaScript in 3 ways. One is by using object literal, and second one is by using new keyword, and third one is by using constructor. Exactly like how we are going to work with objects in the previous example. Similarly, arrays are also going to be created in the same way, but the syntax is a bit different. So to create an object, an array by using object literal, here we are going to use array name followed by the square brackets, because array is represented by using square brackets, not in curly braces in JavaScript. So if you want to create an array of elements, simply we can say the square brackets and then we group that elements. In this example, if you see, we have an emp or emp names as an array, and these array contains strings. So we are grouping 3 string elements and then creating an array called emp. Like how you access through this array elements. You can access an individual element by using the index of emp0, emp of 1 or emp of 2. So if you want to iterate through the whole array, so we can use length is a variable which is supported exactly like Java. So we can use a first statement for iterating through the array. So simply we can say I is equal to 0, I colon emp dot length, or I plus plus. We can simply access emp of I. You can also use for each statement to access this array element. Simply we can say variable in emp, you can access that variable value. So there are both ways we can use to iterate an array object. And second way of creating an array is by using new keyword. So here we are going to use variable emp is equal to new array. So here we're going to use a constructor called array, which is predefined, and then we can assign the array elements by using the index emp of 0 is equal to, but here if you see, we are not mentioning the array element size here. So what happens, you can dynamically add whatever the values you want to assign it to array. So there is no prerequisite of creating a size of an array before assigning the values. So that is going to be an advantage of growing arrays, so wherein you can directly take the index and then you can assign the value. Variable I is equal to 0, emp dot length, I plus plus, and then you can access it by using it. And third way of using this is by using the array constructor, wherein we use new array by passing the appropriate value. So there is no need of reinitialization like emp of 0 or emp of 1. Directly use new array and then these values will be passed. So let us see an example of working with arrays. Now first we'll see how arrays are worked by using this simple declaration. We have variable emp names as an array. I have created emp1, emp2, emp3 as employee names. This is a way of declaring an array. And if you want to iterate, we have directly used for I is equal to 0, I less than emp names dot length, and then I plus plus, and then we have directly written document dot write hello emp names of I. So first element will be emp of 0, then emp of 1, emp of 2. The first statement will be iterated through the array and then will display hello with emp name messages. So when you are going to run this, so we are going to get emp1, hello emp2, hello emp3, because we have 3 elements here. The second way of creating it is by using a constructor, that is new array of a predefined object, so with a new keyword. So we'll say variable emp names is equal to new array, and emp names of 0, I'm adding emp1, emp of names of 1, I added emp2, emp3, and then the iteration is same. So when you save and then run, you're going to get the same values. And then the third way of creating an array is by using constructor. Now I'm commenting this code, and then let me uncomment this code of creating an array by using constructor new array. I pass emp1, emp2, and emp3 as a parameter. So if I want to pass one more value like emp4, then it is going to be dynamically grown, and then when you run, you're going to get 4 different employee names. That is how you work with arrays. So working with arrays are pretty straightforward and pretty simple. So there's no complexity involved. You can directly create arrays and then you can assign the elements when and where it is necessary. So the third thing that we are going to work now is with strings. Strings are very commonly used data types in any programming language. So to manipulate strings, JavaScript supports string is an object that represents sequence of characters. There are 2 ways of creating a string. As we already created a string by using literal, a variable name is equal, directly we can assign this as a string literal, but it is represented as a string object internally. So you can also use a new string by using new keyword by using the string constructor, and then you can pass a string as a parameter. So there are 2 ways you can create a string, and then JavaScript contains several methods to manipulate the string object. Like you can access the caret of a particular index, which will return you the appropriate character. You can concatenate a string. You can get the index of a particular string or lost index of 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase, and slice will slice your given string from the starting index to the ending index, and trim will eliminate the white spaces are leading and trailing white spaces for a string. So if you have, but it doesn't remove the white spaces which you're given within the string. So any leading and trailing or before the string and after the string, if you have any white spaces, now trim method will remove those white spaces. So string is a very popular data type, will be used for data manipulation. Now let us see like how to manipulate the strings. Now here I created two strings. Variable name is ZaranTech and then variable name 1 is equal to new string of ZaranTech. I have given the two different same values. Now when you print name and the name 1, you're going to get the same output like ZaranTech and then ZaranTech, because they both are string elements. But if you see the comparison where name triple equals to name 1, whereas name is a literal, name 1 is a string object. So when you use these three triple equals, then probably you're going to get false. Why? Because I already explained you about this equality. Now double equals always will check value. Example here I just remove one more equals and then let me run this. So here I'm just going to get, let me save and run this. So now if you see the comparison between name and name 1 by using two double equal symbols, it is called as equality operator, which just checks only the value. So by value they both are same, but by type and value if you check, even though value same, the types are different, so that you're going to get false, because name 1 is a string object, name is a string literal. That is what the difference between the types. And if you see the method invocations, the caret of 3 is going to give you caret at the index of 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. You're going to get a as a caret of 3, because the index always starts with 0. And you can convert 2 lowercase, you can convert 2 uppercase by invoking the method, and slice method will give you only the string between the starting index and ending index. If I say 2 to 7, then I'm going to get only 5 letters, 5 character string. And then I reassign name by assigning some white spaces. Here 4 white spaces, here 2, total 6 white spaces are assigned, and then 2 and then 1 in between. So but when you see trim, it trims only the leading and trailing white spaces if you see, but it doesn't remove the in between white spaces. That is how the trim will work. So the third and fourth most important object working with is date, because date is quite general data type that we need to work in any programming language. So date always will give you current date object which will be picked up from the system that you're executing and then will display it. So JavaScript supports 4 constructors for creating a data object. One is directly you can use no argument constructor, which will give you the date in a complete descriptive manner. And date of milliseconds, you can pass some milliseconds to create a date. And date of date as a string you can pass, and date as year, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds, so that it will give you it will construct a date object and then will give you. So if you want to display the date and time, the only way of creating it by using JavaScript date object and then displaying it in down to the web page. So the date object can be used to get the year, month, and date. It will have a lot of methods, the functions which we can use. The get full year will give you 4 digit of year like 2015 or 2016, and get month will give you 2 digit from 1 to 31. 1 to 12. Date, and then date will give you 1 or 2 digits from 1 to 31, and then get day will give you the day of a week like maybe from 1 to 6, and hours, minutes, and seconds. You have different functions to access. So let us see a simple example of working with date. Variable date is equal to new date, and here simply when I say date is equal to date, it will give you a complete full date of saying Tuesday, November 22, 2016, and GMT plus 5:13 and standard time. So if you want to get individual date, you can call get date method, get month, and then get full year, which will give you the output something like this 22, 10, and then 2016. If you want to format this date, you have to use some kind of other format libraries which will be available for formatting it. But individually, if you want to format it, you can you can convert this into a string, and then you can use by using the individual methods like get date, get month, and then get full year. You can concatenate this as a string. Example, I'm going to say variable format string is equals to empty, and now we can concatenate like this: format string is equals to, then you can have this. So this is the way you can format, and then you can print this date to say like a document dot write of format string. So when you're going to run this, now you're going to get 22/10/2006. This is a very simple way of formatting the date if you want to use it in a string format. So otherwise, if you want to format in a different way, then you have some kind of format libraries which you can use it. So there's an assignment given to you. Just try to write the code for this assignment, and then there are 5 assessment questions. Go through them and then try to find the correct answer.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about a very important topic called event handling. That how JavaScript events event handling mechanism will handle the particular events which are raised by the browser. So the objective of this session is we'll use what are the predefined HTML events are available, and then how JavaScript is going to be used along with those events to perform our requirements. So what are HTML events is, usually when you're displaying a web page to the user will interact to the page. There are a lot of interactive components or elements will be there. Example, there may be some buttons, or there may be some images, or there may be some forms. The user will fill the data, or the user can click the button. The best example, if you take, suppose you have a sign up form or a registration form or a login form, where the user will enter a lot of input elements. Example, suppose he is entering his email ID and then password, and then clicking on button. There are a lot of operations he's doing. He's entering text in email, so and then from email he's going to password field, and from password field he's clicking on a button called login. So these are, every user interaction will be tracked by using an event by a browser. So some of the examples, suppose when the browser loads an HTML page, when it finished loading an HTML page, then it is as an event. Or when an input field was changed that I was talking about, then it is raised an event. And when an HTML button was clicked, then it will be raised as an event. So how you're going to handle these events is JavaScript allows you to execute some code when these events are detected by the browser. So there are some kind of event handler attributes that HTML supports, and even in HTML5 there are a lot of event handler attributes were added prior to the previous event handler attributes. So example, these event handlers can be given or can be initialized within the element as an attribute, and then each attribute is going to invoke a particular JavaScript function or going to initialize some variable. So when particular event occurred on an element, the function will be invoked, and then we are going to write our logic inside that function. So the most important common HTML events are like onload, as I told you, like when the browser finished loading the page, then it will raise it as an event of onload. And when an HTML element has been changed from one value to another value, example, suppose there are two values like male and then female, and then when the value of the particular checkbox, if the user is changing, then by default on change event will be invoked, and if user clicks a particular button or an element, on click operation will be invoked. And similarly, we use our mouse of interaction with the web pages. So you can tap your mouse events also when your mouse over an element, what you want to perform an operation, or if you want to perform when the mouse is out of an element, then you want to perform certain operations. So for all these, there are a lot of HTML event handler attributes which are available. So you'll get a huge list. You can simply declare that attribute and then invoke the appropriate function what you want to execute. That's how it will be declared, and then it will be handled. So let us see an example like how we are going to work with. So here I have taken a plain HTML code. Now first and foremost, what I do is now I'm going to say the onload attribute, event handler attribute. Now I'm going to invoke a method called page loaded. This is the function which I'm invoking. The page gets loaded. So now here I'm going to write my function page loaded, and have no arguments. Now you can do whatever the operation you want to do when the page gets loaded. Now I want to confirm, show a confirmation message to the user. So there are several ways of writing the data. Now in our previous examples, we have seen how to write the data by using document.write. So but that's not a good idea to write all confirmation messages. But JavaScript allows some kind of pop-up boxes which can efficiently display some kind of confirmation messages or alert messages to the user. So with a single function we can invoke those kind of pop-up boxes. One popular pop-up box is the alert box. So alert box can be invoked by using a function called alert, or it can be directly use window.alert. So here I'm just going to say page loaded. So now what happens is the alert box generally is used to display some kind of alert messages or a kind of information messages to the user. So when this page gets loaded, now let us load this page and then refresh. So when you're seeing this, now page loaded message will be shown. So if you click on OK, then controller will come back to this page. So once page gets loaded, this event has occurred. So we'll see a lot of other event handlers as well. Let us say I'll just use a button to count how many number of times the user clicking a button. So here the button simply says just click me. So what I want to do is when the user clicks this button, I want to perform certain operation. So to handle that event, we have a method called event attribute called onClick. So here I just want to say click count or some method I want to invoke. So this will count how many number of times the user clicked this. So to do that, what I do is I'll just declare a global variable count is equal to 0. Now when the user clicks this, I'm going to invoke this function click count. Now I'm going to increment this count plus plus. Now I want to display the data to the user, or you can directly show alert message, but every time he has to click on OK. So instead of that, I want to show him onto the browser. So by writing the data dynamically, so if you want to write the data dynamically to an element, so what I do is here I'm taking a paragraph. So I want to write the content to this paragraph, but there's no empty data. So I want to give some ID to this paragraph called para1. Sorry, para1. Now I want to write this content to the para1. How I'm going to write is, so this is called document object manipulation. So what I'm trying to do is, so we'll discuss DOM manipulations in detail in other session, but here I'm just going to tell you how exactly you can access this element and how you're going to write the data. In document we have a method called get element by ID, and where I'm going to pass this para1. And if you want to write some HTML content to it, there is a property which you can write inner HTML is equals to, and now I'm going to write you have clicked this button. So now I'm going to write how many number of times. Here I will append my variable and then I'm going to say times. So this is a way how we are going to write the data. So let me reload the page. Now page loaded, and here I have a button. So if I click on that, then you're going to say you have clicked this button 1 times, and a number of times I'm clicking, the variable is incremented because it's a global variable. But if you create that variable as a local variable, every time you're going to get only 1. So that's the difference between local and global. So now what I want to do is, now I want to reset this count by using another button. So let us say here I'll have a reset of button. So you can use onClick function also, but I don't want to reset it in a single click, but I want to do it in a double click. So I'm going to say reset count method. Now here I'm going to write this function reset count, and here I'm going to say count is equal to 0. Okay, now I'm just making this count as 0. So let me run this. Now page gets loaded, and then I just click me, then 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Now if I say reset, I clicked it 1 time, then it doesn't going to invoke the reset functionality. And if I click on still, I'm going to get 5, 6, 7, 8. It is incrementing. So the function is not executed. The function will be executed whenever I do double click on this. So if I do double click, then the invoke function will happen. So whenever I click again, it starts from 1 to 3. So like this, lot of events you can track. So like on the on click or double click or on page load, we'll see some of the anchor tag to invoke the mouse events. Let us say I'm just going to say index.html. So index. So for this anchor tag, I'm going to give 2 parameters. One is on mouse enter and on mouse leave. So now I'll say mouse enter function, and similarly I have on mouse leave. So now I'll say mouse leave function. So now I'm going to write these functions. Mouse enter. I'm going to say an alert message, mouse entered. Or you can apply a lot of styles also dynamically, but that's not a good programming practice. You can directly use it by using CSS when in the previous sessions which you have done. So now in this mouse leave, now I'm going to say a function mouse left. So now let us run this. So when I have it, page gets loaded, and the index mouse entered, and then click on mouse left, because mouse left, that operation also will come. So like this, you can track each and every user interaction by using HTML events. There's a huge number of events which are available, and you can invoke the appropriate JavaScript function to write your own logic to handle those kind of events. So there's an assignment given to you. Just write down the code for this assignment, and there are 5 assessment questions. Try to find out the correct answers.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical, and the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about an important aspect in web application development, that is validating the form data. Usually in most of the web applications, there's a common practice that user will enter some information, maybe for login, maybe for sign up, or any other details that you want to capture from the user. We generally create some kind of forms, so that forms will allow the user to enter the data. And we have seen what kind of event handling that we can do in order to capture some of the information from the user. But validation is an important aspect, that we need to check whether the user entered data is validated or really according to our business requirements or not. So all these things we can do by using JavaScript validations. Instead of doing this data at server side, which increases a lot of burden, we'll perform all these client-side validations with the help of JavaScript. So the objective of this session is we'll try to see what is a data validation, and then what are JavaScript form validation techniques that we use. And we also have some form validations which is inbuilt in HTML5 with some kind of examples. What do you mean by data validation is? Data validation is a process of ensuring that the user is entering clean and correct and useful information that is required as part of business requirement. So usually what happens whenever users submit a form by entering the data, all this data will go to the server. Server will capture the data and then will process the data according to its requirement, maybe writing into a file or storing into a database, and based on that it will perform certain operations. But it is very essential to check whether the data is validated according to our business requirements or not. So the data validation can be done in two places. One is at the client side, we can perform this validation, or at server side, we can perform by validation. So when you're sending this data to server side without validating at client side, now there are some kind of server side scripts we'll write to validate this data, whether it is appropriate according to the business rules or not. But if multiple users are using your website, are accessing your application, example, you take any banking application, some millions of users will access your bank application at a particular point of time. So they'll enter a lot of data, transactional data. So it is not a good practice to get the data at server side and validate the data, because then a lot of burden will be there on the server and performance issues will come. So there's a better practice always to validate this data at client side. Even before sending the data to the server, we need to perform this client side validations. What are the typical validations tasks we'll have is, we'll check whether user has filled all the required fields or not, or whether the user entered a valid data or not. So, or the user entered is a text or a numeric field. So all these operations we can do at client side and ensure that the user enters appropriate data. Then only will send this data to the server. So that server will take that appropriate data, and without any validations, directly it will process the data, which increases a lot of performance. So in dynamic web applications, generally the user will send only by using form elements. So it is essential that we need to validate all these form elements before sending it to the server. So what are the general validations we have is, first we'll check whether it is an empty field or not, or whether the user entered the data or not. So if it does not enter, what is the minimum or maximum number of character limitations according to our business requirement, or are we checking it against a particular pattern? Example, suppose some of the applications will allow the username to be only alphabets, or some of the applications will allow the username to be alphanumeric. Some of them also support special characters. So we also need to check these three minimum validation process, like whether it is an empty or not, or minimum and maximum character validations, and as well as a pattern. So in this example, if you see, we use form element, and inside that we have an input to enter the first name. So here the input text where we are giving it as a name is first name. So when you're seeing on submit, then we are going to invoke a function called validate form. So when the user is submitting by clicking on submit button, then an event will be triggered by the browser, that is on submit. In on submit, what we are doing, we are invoking a function called validate form. So in this validate form function, we access the form data, and then each and every individual element of form will access that value, and then will properly validate the data. If any validation occurs, we'll just return the false, and then the request will not be even sent to the server, and then all the validation errors will be displayed to the clients. So let us just quickly check an example. Now here I have taken a simple sign up form which we have discussed as part of our HTML tutorials. Now first let me run this. So here fields, and then I need to enter. Now when I click on a register button or a sign up button, here what I'm doing is, here it is a submit type, and the value is register. When submit button is clicked, we know that there are two attributes will come into place. One is a method, how you are sending this data, and second one is the action that this data will be sent to the particular server resource. So in this situation, it is contact form submit. Now let us see that if I don't enter any data and click on register, and then now the data will go, because we're not doing any kind of validation that the user whether he is entering the data or not. So if you assume that the user will enter some data and then that will be going, then by default it goes. So it is not always a good practice to validate this data at server side, we need to validate this data at client side. To do that, what I'm going to do is, now here I'm going to write a JavaScript function to handle these validations. So I want to write all these functions in a separate external JavaScript file called validateForm.js. I didn't write any code here, but I created a JavaScript file called validateForm.js. And I want to use this form or validateForm.js in my HTML. So I'm using an external JavaScript here. So I'm referring it by using a source attribute. And then I have my validate JavaScript file under JS folder. So this JS folder, I'm just referring it to the absolute path, validateForm.js. Now here I'm going to write my function that validate form. So this is the method will be invoked whenever you click on submitting. So form submit invoke, or something like I'm writing an alert statement to ensure that whether this particular form is invoked. Now the method or the function is invoking, and directly that is going because we are not writing anything. So if you write return false, then the controller will not go to the server, rather it will be there within the browser itself, the form itself. If I click on that, and then it doesn't go until and unless we return true. So fine, now we'll try to access the data of the form. To access the data, we are using the document object element here. And then in document object element, we have a property to access all the forms by using forms. And here we need to give the name of the form. If you see here in my form name, I have given as a sign up form. So you need to pass this as a parameter. And then under this form, what is the element you're trying to access? So the element I'm trying to access is the first name. That is what the name of an element. And then I'm just going to paste, and then here dot value. So when you're using this dot value, now you're going to get the value of this element, and then I'm going to store it in first name variable. And you can write the console statement or an alert statement to say whether you got this data or not, or whether it is invoked or not. Just let me refresh it and enter some data and then register. Now I got this name. So the function is now able to get the data. So now what I do is, now I will check three validation rules for this first name. The first one is whether it is empty or not, empty validation. And I will check minimum and maximum characters and max characters, and also pattern. So we'll see these three validations. So to do that, I want to write one more function to check whether it is empty or not, or something like. So what I do is, here I'm going to write validate first name method function by passing this first name as a parameter. Now what I want is, I'm going to write one more function here. So call validate first name of first name. Or what you can do is, for code reusability, because these are the three general validation rules we'll check. So you can write empty validation method, pass first name, and then check whether it is empty or not. That is what the appropriate way of doing it. Now I'm just checking only for the first name. That's why I'm just writing only one function to do all these validations at a time. But if you want to do code reusability, what we can do is, like, you have empty validation by passing that string. Suppose if you have second name, first name, middle name, last name, username, password, and if you want to do all these empty validations on this, so you cannot write each and every individual method. Instead, that what you can write is like empty validation, and then you accept as a string. You just check whether the string is empty or not. So if it is empty, just return false. If it is not, return true. That's how you should be. So but here I'm performing only for first name validation. So what I do here is, so I'll just check the condition if first name is equals to null. So if it doesn't enter anything, or the first name length or first name or dot length is not greater than 0, something like you can see. Now I can check it. If it is empty, then what I'm going to see is, I'm going to write an alert message first name or enter first name. And I'm going to return false. And here this value will come here as a variable response is equals to, now what we do is if this response is equal to false, then I'm just going to return this, or directly you can return the response as well. So now what I do is, now let me run this to understand. Now I'm not entering anything. Now validation occurred, like enter first name. So now it is not going. And similarly, I'll just check whether the minimum and maximum, else if first name dot length is less than or equal to 6, or first name dot length is greater than or equal to 10, then I'm going to write a validation rule saying that first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. So less than 6, okay, and greater than 10. So I'm going to write and then I need to return false. So let me run this. Suppose I enter only 2 characters and then register, then it says first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. Suppose if I give more value also, it says first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. Suppose I'll give only 6 characters, then the validation rule is true, so that that will go for the resource, the server resource, that whatever you give. And second thing we'll see is a pattern. So for doing the pattern, what I do is I'll use a regular expression pattern. So now here I'm going to define a pattern variable. And as we discussed, like JavaScript supports 3 different kind of objects, that is regular expression, string, and other stuff. So here we are going to use a regular expression, and by using the constructor, we can pass the appropriate value. Now the regular expression always will start with this exclamatory one with forward slash, or directly you can give what is the pattern that you're going to check within the square brackets. Now here I want to check whether it is only alphabets or not, or you can search for the regular expressions. That regular expressions you can copy paste here, so that you don't need to write it from scratch. So I'm just checking only whether this pattern is alphabets or not, or you can add alphanumeric. So if you want to be alphanumeric, you can add 0 to 9. And I just want to close this by using plus and then dollar symbol. So this is how you write your regular expression. So this regular expression is simple to check only the alphabets. It checks whether it is matching to alphabets or not. So in order to check your first name with this, whether it is matching or not, what we do is we'll say pattern dot, we have a method called test to check whether this first name is matching to first name or not. If the entered data is matching, then it is not a validation. If it is not matching, then it should be a validation. So what we do is we'll write negative. So if not pattern.test matches to first name, then I'm going to say alert first name enter only alphabets. For first name, this is what the message I want to display, and then I want to return false. So now let us we check this. Suppose I want to give some special symbols and then register. Now it says enter only alphabets for first name. So this is how the validation rules that you can write for each and every form element that you are going to. This is a traditional approach. It's an older approach because a lot of validation can happen by using a lot of validation JavaScript framework, which is by default available. And with the invention of HTML5, HTML supports new input types and attributes to validate our forms with a minimal JavaScript, or even you can eliminate the JavaScript to check whether the data which is entered in the form inputs are validated or not. So prior to HTML5, so when you are entering phone number, usernames or emails or URLs, there is no specific type. There is only text type, so that we need to externally write our JavaScript functions to validate whether it is matching to the appropriate pattern or not. So in HTML5, they analyzed like this is a general requirement for every website. So instead of doing a lot of validation code by using JavaScript, they themselves have done in the HTML5 and have given different types of inputs. So if you mention the input with a particular type, then the browser itself will understand the user has to enter this kind of data. And with some more additional attributes, we can also validate this data before sending it to the server resources. Like you have a new input elements like email, URL, number, date, telephone, and many more to define predefined validation logics. So how exactly we can do this is, here I have taken an example of HTML validation data. Here also we have a form, and then here we have taken some kind of labels or name as required. And here if you see, we have taken input type is equal text for name, but here I have created a attribute called required. When I say required, it will become a mandatory field in HTML5. So if user is not entering, by default HTML5 will display an error message saying that please fill out this field. And we can also verify the pattern, whether what kind of a pattern you can support, alphanumeric or something like. And then it also will suggest if any error comes, what is the title that you are looking for, like first name and last name. And looking for email, we have direct type called type is equal to email. So I don't need to type any pattern here. But though it's the pattern of email by default is minimal, it doesn't check your complete email validation, but it just generally checks whether @ present or dot is present or not. So, and then required will make this attribute as a required one. And then even when you're using website, you can use URL, and then you can use telephone numbers and then number, and you can use step values, you can use minimum and maximum values. So all these things have come in HTML5 to minimize the data validation. So to do that, now let us open this form, and when I click on the submit, then it immediately says please fill out this field because we made it mandatory. Suppose if I say hello, it says that please match the requested format. It could be first name and then last name. There should be 2 words you should have. Hello, suppose I'll give ZaranTech, then this is validated. And when I say email, now immediately, suppose if I click on submit, then it says please include an @ in the email address. So it always checks @ suppose I have given something like this, then it will consider it. Okay. But this is not a proper email validation. That's what I'm trying to say. But it always checks whether @ is present or not with a minimum validation. So when you're using a website URL, if you give anything like that, it doesn't take it. It gives you a validation rule. Please enter a URL. So how can you give URL is www.zarantech.com. Even it asks you for HTTP. So the URL could be something like HTTP/. So now the data is submitted. That is how the HTML5 simplifies the client-side validations. So there's an assignment given to you. Try to write the code for this assignment, and you have 5 assessment questions. Try to answer the correct one.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the purpose of JPA in Java EE? Option A, to handle HTTP requests. Option B, to manage database operations and object relational mapping. Option C, to create web services. Option D, to handle user authentication. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. you get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about one important feature in JavaScript, that is a document object model. So there are two object models will be provided by JavaScript, that is document object model and then browser object model. So in this session, we'll focus on what exactly is document object model and then why it will be used to perform basic operations. So the objective of this session is we'll try to understand how this document object model can be used to find different HTML elements and then changing the values of HTML elements and adding and deleting HTML elements dynamically. So as we know that HTML follows a document structure where we have all the elements are categorized up in a inheritance hierarchy. Like every element will have a parent element and then a child element. So example, if we take the root element is HTML and under that you have a head and then under that you have a title. So there is a parent-child relationship will be there, and then all these HTML document will be created by using a tree structure. So when a page is loaded, the browser will create a document object model for each and every page. So what this document object model will be done is this document object model will be accessed by JavaScript and is used to access each and every element in the HTML page, and then you can perform your own operations with the help of JavaScript functions. These are the things which you can dynamically change the values or dynamically change the colors or styles of a particular element, and all the operations we can perform. So the HTML document object model is constructed as a tree of object. If you see, the document is a root object. Under this, the root element will be an HTML. Under this, you have head and then body as the child elements. Under head, you have title, and you may have meta, and then you may have script, and then you have link, which are the child, and then under body you may have hyperlinks, tags like a, and then in this you may have an attribute called href. So for all these things, the document object model is used to access all these elements. There are different strategies of accessing these elements. So DOM allows you to access the elements using three different methods. One is get element by ID. Some of the examples we have seen already by accessing some elements based on the ID of an element, which is a unique. So if you have an ID as a unique parameter for an element, so you're going to access an individual element based on the ID. And if you want to access all the tags together, then DOM supports one more method called get elements by tag name, passing the parameter of the tag. And then the third method which we have is get elements by class name, wherein if you pass the name of the class, that is going to give you a group of elements which is identified by the class name. So accessing these elements, the first one is going to give you a single element, and then the remaining two will give you an array of elements, so that you can access individual element by iterating through the array, and then you can do whatever the operations you want to do, especially changing the style of an element or writing some text dynamically or some of the operations. So how you are going to do the HTML elements, or how you are going to change the HTML elements content is, if you want to write any HTML content, the element, after accessing the element, you can use certain properties to write the content. So one example which you've already seen, there is a property called inner HTML which allows you to write an HTML content to that particular element. And if you want to add a new attribute, so you can use element.attribute with a new value, and you can also set an attribute to this. So the attribute property allows you to access an attribute and changing a new value. And if you want to set a new attribute, then we are going to invoke a method called setAttribute with an attribute and then the value. So, and there is one more property called style, which is used to change the CSS pattern or CSS of the element. The syntax for accessing that is element.style.property. So these are the basic things that you can do with the DOM. And apart from that, you can also do adding and then deleting elements there are certain kind of methods we'll have. So before that, we'll take an example and then see how the DOM can be used to access the elements. Example, suppose here I'm creating a div inside my body. So what I do is I'll give this as an ID to say that it's my div1, and under this I have a paragraph tag, and I'll give an ID to this paragraph to access by using DOM as para1. So what I do is now I want to write a script inside my header tag to validate this paragraph tag. So what I do is now I'm going to see document.getElement by ID, and I'm going to pass this para1. I want to access that paragraph, and to write some content, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write inner HTML is equal to this is paragraph text. So I want to write some kind of content. So now let me save this and then let me run this to understand. But data is not written. Now if any error occurs, what you can do is you can inspect the page by right clicking and inspect, where you can go to the console. Here it shows you what are the error that you have. Now here it's an uncaught type error saying that cannot set property inner HTML of the null. Why? Because we have written the script inside the head. So as we discussed in the initial sessions, whatever the script that you mentioned inside the head, inside the script, that will be executed before loading the page. So before loading the page, there is no div or there is no paragraph element, so that it is unable to access this para1 to write the content. So that's why it is very important when you are doing some kind of manipulations, when the page is completely loading. Suppose if you use a function for doing this and then invoking the function when the user interacts to the body, then it works fine, because this function will be invoked whenever the user interacts. But I want to write some content when the page loads. This doesn't work. Why? Because by this time there is no paragraph text. So what I do is I will shift this inside body. Now let me try. So when you run this now, because the paragraph is available now, because we have written inside the body, now once a page get loaded, then the script is going to be executed. That is what the major difference between writing your script inside head and then writing your script inside body. So now this is the way I'm accessing the element, and then I'm writing the content also. So let us say that I will write some more methods to access different div elements, and can check like how these other methods in the DOM are trying to access these elements. So now I created two more divs. Now here I'm going to say ID is equals to div2, and here I'm going to say ID of this is equal to div3. Or instead of accessing this with ID, I'm going to access this with a class name. For that I'm giving a class called example, and for this div also I'm going to give the class called example. And let us say I'm just going to write some content inside this. So I'm going to write p this is first div, or directly I can write the content inside this. So I'll write this is the first div, and I'm going to write some text here. This is the second div. So there are two divs I'll have. So I want to change the colors of this. Now first let me run this to see how it looks like. Now this is a plain text I have written inside the divs. Now by using this, I want to change the colors of them. So I want to access both these elements by using elements by class name method. And I'm going to pass the class name as example, and which returns me a kind of array. So I'm going to say elements is equals to. Now these elements I can access by using index. Now I have a parameter called style is equals to. Now what I can do, I can set this property. What kind of property you're going to set? I'm going to set a color. So I'm going to say style dot the property you want to set. Now I'm going to set it to a color called red, and then similarly for elements of 1, the second div, I'm going to change the color of this div to some blue. Now let us see how this is going to be affected. Now when you see, the first div is changed to red and second div is changed to blue. That is the way how you are going to access your classes and then applying the styles. So this is a way of doing it. Generally, all these things are efficiently done by using CSS, but there is a probability of doing this by using JavaScript. That's we want to demonstrate. So this is a way that how you are going to access your elements and then setting attributes and then doing some kind of styles. Now let us check how to add and then delete elements by using DOM. So DOM also allows you to dynamically add or remove an HTML element. So far what we are trying to do is we're just trying to access the elements which are present in HTML and then want to manipulate that elements, maybe by changing the text or maybe by applying some kind of colors. But apart from that, DOM also allows you to dynamically add or delete so different HTML elements. So for that we have different methods here. So we can use create element and passing an element object to create an HTML element. Similarly, we have a remove child, which we can remove an element, and then we can append child, we can replace the child, and then we can write text. This write text we have already seen. It directly writes some content to the HTML as an output stream. So now we'll try to create some kind of elements and then append it to our existing web page. So what I try to do is I'll create a paragraph and then I want to create inside this div, or I want to append this to div. So in order to do that, what we are going to do is first we need to create the elements. So what element you want to append to which element? So suppose if I want to append a paragraph, so then you need to create what is the kind of element you are going to create. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to create a element called paragraph. So the element name I need to give, this is what the tag name you need to give in HTML. So P is a tag. Now I created a paragraph tag, and now paragraph contains some text. So I'm going to create a text node for this. Para text is equals to, now I have my document object dot create. I have a method called text node. Here I'm going to text created for paragraph, something like, I'll write it. So now I created a paragraph element. For this I created a child node, that is text node. So what I can do is for this para I need to append the child because I want this text as a child to this. So I'll use my append child method and then I'll append para text. So now what happens, the text will be appended to the paragraph. Now I want to append this paragraph to a particular division. So what I need is I want to access the division 2 or division 3 or whatever. Now I want to append it to division 3. So I want to access this division get element by ID by passing div 3 the ID as a parameter. Now I want to append div 3 dot, I can use append child of this para. So now here what I'm doing is first I'm creating a paragraph element and I'm creating a text node for this paragraph element. I'm appending this text node to the paragraph element, and here I have my paragraph with a text. But I need to append it to a particular element where you want to append it. So I want to append it to a division. So I have taken the division 3, I accessed it as an element. For this division 3, I have used append child for appending this paragraph. So this is what the thing which we have done. Now let us run this. So let me save this and run. Now you see, this is the text created for paragraph is added as part of the division, and by default if you see the color is created to blue because we have already set the element 1, that is div 3 colored to blue. So by default whatever the element you created, default styles will be applicable, so you don't need to apply the styles externally. That is how you are going to create new elements. This is what the hierarchy you need to follow. First creating an element and then appending it to the appropriate element in the division. Suppose if you want to remove a child element, first you need to select which element that you are trying to remove and from which element. Suppose I want to delete this para 1. So first you need to identify what is the parent element for this. So for this I'm going to access my division 1, accessing document dot get element by ID of division 1. So now here I got my division 1. I also need to get my element which I need to delete. So here I'm going to say maybe para1 is equals to document dot get element by id of para1. So para1 is the ID of it. So now what I'm going to do is, now in division 1 I'll have div1 dot remove child of para1. So now this is the way I'll remove it. So now this has to be removed. So when you save this, now that is removed it. So this is the way how you are going to append, and then how you are going to create elements, and then how you are going to remove the child elements. So apart from that, we have lot of node lists, like you can append it as a sibling and all the other stuff. So you can use these elements methods in a DOM to perform of creating and then manipulating your child elements. So there's an assignment given to you. Try to write the code for this assignment, and there are 5 assessment questions. Try to find out the correct answer for each question.
Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
In this session, we'll discuss about one important feature in JavaScript, that is a document object model. So there are 2 object models will be provided by JavaScript, that is document object model and then browser object model. So in this session, we'll focus on what exactly is document object model, and then why it will be used to perform basic operations. So the objective of this session is we'll try to understand how this document object model can be used to find different HTML elements, and then changing the values of HTML elements, and adding and deleting HTML elements dynamically. So as we know that HTML follows a document structure where we have all the elements are categorized up in a inheritance hierarchy. Like every element will have a parent element and then a child element. So example, if we take the root element is a HTML, and under that you have a head, and then under that you have a title. So there is a parent-child relationship will be there, and then all these HTML document will be created by using a tree structure. So when a page is loaded, the browser will create a document object model for each and every page. So what this document object model will be done is, this document object model will be accessed by JavaScript and is used to access each and every element in the HTML page, and then you can perform your own operations with the help of JavaScript functions. These are the things which you can dynamically change the values, or dynamically change the colors or styles of a particular element, and all the operations we can perform. So the HTML document object model is constructed as a tree of object. If you see, the document is a root object. Under this, the root element will be an HTML. Under this, you have head and then body as the child elements. Under head, you have title, and you may have meta, and then you may have script, and then you have link, which are the child, and then under body you may have hyperlinks, tags like a, and then in this you may have an attribute called href. So for all these things, the document object model is used to access all these elements. There are different strategies of accessing these elements. So DOM allows you to access the elements using 3 different methods. One is get element by ID. Some of the examples we have seen already by accessing some elements based on the ID of an element, which is a unique. So if you have an ID as a unique parameter for an element, so you're going to access an individual element based on the ID. And if you want to access all the tags together, then DOM supports one more method called get elements by tag name, passing the parameter of the tag. And then the third method which we have is get elements by class name. wherein if you pass the name of the class, then it is going to give you a group of elements which is identified by the class name. So accessing these elements, the first one is going to give you a single element, and then the remaining two will give you an array of elements, so that you can access individual element by iterating through the array, and then you can do whatever the operations you want to do, especially changing the style of an element or writing some text dynamically or some of the operations. So how you are going to do the HTML elements, or how you are going to change the HTML elements content is, if you want to write any HTML content, the element, after accessing the element, you can use certain properties to write the content. So one example which you've already seen, there is a property called inner HTML which allows you to write an HTML content to that particular element. And if you want to add a new attribute, so you can use element.attribute with a new value, and you can also set an attribute to this. So the attribute property allows you to access an attribute and changing a new value. And if you want to set a new attribute, then we are going to invoke a method called setAttribute with an attribute and then the value. So, and there is one more property called style, which is used to change the CSS pattern or CSS of the element. The syntax for accessing that is element.style.property. So these are the basic things that you can do with the DOM, and apart from that, you can also do adding and then deleting elements. There are certain kind of methods we'll have. So before that, we'll take an example and then see how the DOM can be used to access the elements. Example, suppose here I'm creating a div inside my body. So what I do is I'll give this as an ID to say that it's my div1, and under this I have a paragraph tag, and I'll give an ID to this paragraph to access by using DOM as para1. So what I do is, now I want to write a script inside my header tag to validate this paragraph tag. So what I do is, now I'm going to see document.getElement by ID, and I'm going to pass this para1. I want to access that paragraph, and to write some content, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write inner HTML is equal to, this is paragraph text. So I want to write some kind of content. So now let me save this and then let me run this to understand, but data is not written. Now if any error occurs, what you can do is you can inspect the page by right click and inspect, where you can go to the console. Here it shows you what are the error that you have. Now here it's an uncaught type error saying that cannot set property inner HTML of the null. Why? Because we have written the script inside the head. So as we discussed in the initial sessions, whatever the script that you mentioned inside the head, inside the script, that will be executed before loading the page. So before loading the page, there is no div or there is no paragraph element, so that it is unable to access this para1 to write the content. So that's why it is very important when you are doing some kind of manipulations, when the page is completely loading. Suppose if you use a function for doing this and then invoking the function when the user interacts to the body, then it works fine, because this function will be invoked whenever the user interacts. But I want to write some content when the page loads. This doesn't work. Why? Because by this time there is no paragraph text. So what I do is I will shift this inside body. Now let me try. So when you run this now, because the paragraph is available now, because we have written inside the body, now once the page gets loaded, then the script is going to be executed. That is what the major difference between writing your script inside head and then writing your script inside body. So now this is the way I'm accessing the element, and then I'm writing the content also. So let us say that I will write some more methods to access different div elements, and can check like how these other methods in the DOM are trying to access these elements. So now I created two more divs. Now here I'm going to say ID is equals to div2, and here I'm going to say ID of this is equal to div3. Or instead of accessing this with ID, I'm going to access this with a class name. For that I'm giving a class called example, and for this div also I'm going to give the class called example, and let us say I'm just going to write some content inside this. So I'm going to write P, this is first div, or directly I can write the content inside this. So I'll write this is the first div, and I'm going to write some text here. This is the second div. So there are two divs I'll have. So I want to change the colors of this. Now first let me run this to see how it looks like. Now this is the plain text I have written inside the divs. Now by using this, I want to change the colors of them. So I want to access both these elements by using elements by class name method. And I'm going to pass the class name as example, and which returns me a kind of array. So I'm going to say elements is equals to. Now these elements I can access by using index. Now I have a parameter called style is equals to. Now what I can do, I can set this property. What kind of property you're going to set? I'm going to set a color. So I'm going to say style dot the property you want to set. Now I'm going to set it to a color called red, and then similarly for elements of 1, the second div, I'm going to change the color of this div to some blue. Now let us see how this is going to be affected. Now when you see the first div is changed to red and second div is changed to blue, that is the way how you're going to access your classes and then applying the styles. So this is a way of doing it. Generally, all these things are efficiently done by using CSS, but there is a probability of doing this by using JavaScript. That's we want to demonstrate. So this is a way that how you're going to access your elements and then setting attributes and then doing some kind of styles. Now let us check how to add and then delete elements by using DOM. So DOM also allows you to dynamically add or remove an HTML element. So far what we are trying to do is we're just trying to access the elements which are present in HTML and then want to manipulate that elements, maybe by changing the text or maybe by applying some kind of colors. But apart from that, DOM also allows you to dynamically add or delete the different HTML elements. So for that we have different methods here. So we can use create element and passing an element object to create an HTML element. Similarly, we have a remove child, which we can remove an element, and then we can append child, we can replace the child, and then we can write text. This write text we have already seen. It directly writes some content to the HTML as an output stream. So now we'll try to create some kind of elements and then append it to our existing web page. So what I try to do is I'll create a paragraph, and then I want to create inside this div, or I want to append this to div. So in order to do that, what we are going to do is first we need to create the elements. So what element you want to append to which element? So suppose if I want to append a paragraph, so then you need to create what is the kind of element you are going to create. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to create a element called paragraph. So the element name I need to give, this is what the tag name you need to give in HTML. So P is a tag. Now I created a paragraph tag, and now paragraph contains some text. So I'm going to create a text node for this. Para text is equals to, now I have my document object dot create. I have a method called text node. Here I'm going to text created for paragraph, something like, I'll write it. So now I created a paragraph element. For this I created a child node, that is text node. So what I can do is for this para I need to append the child because I want this text as a child to this. So I'll use my append child method, and then I'll append para text. So now what happens, the text will be appended to the paragraph. Now I want to append this paragraph to a particular division. So what I need is I want to access the division 2 or division 3 or whatever. Now I want to append it to division 3. So I want to access this division get element by ID by passing div 3 the ID as a parameter. Now I want to append div 3 dot, I can use append child of this para. So now here what I'm doing is, first I'm creating a paragraph element and I'm creating a text node for this paragraph element. I'm appending this text node to the paragraph element, and here I have my paragraph with a text, but I need to append it to a particular element where you want to append it. So I want to append it to a division. So I have taken the division 3, I accessed it as an element. For this division 3, I have used append child for appending this paragraph. So this is what the thing which we have done. Now let us run this. So let me save this and run. Now you see, this is the text created for paragraph is added as part of the division, and by default if you see, the color is created to blue because we have already set the element 1, that is div 3 color to blue. So by default, whatever the element you created, default styles will be applicable, so you don't need to apply the styles externally. That is how you are going to create new elements. This is what the hierarchy you need to follow. First creating an element and then appending it to the appropriate element in the division. Suppose if you want to remove a child element, first you need to select which element that you are trying to remove and from which element. Suppose I want to delete this para 1. So first you need to identify what is the parent element for this. So for this I'm going to access my division 1, accessing document dot get element by ID of division 1. So now here I got my division 1. I also need to get my element which I need to delete. So here I'm going to say maybe para 1 is equals to document dot get element by ID of para 1. So para 1 is the ID of it. So now what I'm going to do is, now in division 1 I'll have div 1 dot remove child of para 1. So now this is the way I'll remove it. So now this has to be removed. So when you save this, now that is removed it. So this is the way how you are going to append, and then how you are going to create elements, and then how you are going to remove the child elements. So apart from that, we have lot of node lists, like you can append it as a sibling and all the other stuff. So you can use these elements methods in a DOM to perform of creating and then manipulating your child elements. So there's an assignment given to you. Try to write the code for this assignment, and there are 5 assessment questions. Try to find out the correct answer for each question.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which Java EE API is used for creating and consuming web services? Option A, Servlet API. Option B, JPA. Option C, JAXRS. Option D, JSF. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website. Let's look at the first question. What is AngularJS? Today we're going to discuss AngularJS. Can you explain what AngularJS is in detail? AngularJS is a JavaScript-based, open-source, front-end web application framework. It's maintained by Google and is specifically designed for developing single-page applications, often referred to as SPAs. Let's break that down a bit. Being JavaScript-based means AngularJS is built using JavaScript, the programming language commonly used to create dynamic content on websites. This makes it accessible to many developers who are already familiar with JavaScript. Open source means that AngularJS is freely available for anyone to use and modify. Developers from all over the world contribute to its improvement, ensuring it stays up to date with the latest web development trends and practices. As a front-end framework, AngularJS focuses on the client side of web applications. It handles everything users interact with directly in their web browsers. This includes things like rendering the user interface, handling user inputs, and managing the flow of data between the user interface and the server. Google's involvement in maintaining AngularJS ensures a high level of quality and reliability. With Google's resources and expertise, AngularJS benefits from continuous improvements and strong community support. The primary goal of AngularJS is to make the development of single-page applications easier and more efficient. Single-page applications load a single HTML page and dynamically update that page as the user interacts with the app. This results in a more seamless and responsive user experience compared to traditional multi-page websites. For example, imagine you're using a web-based email service. Instead of refreshing the entire page each time you open an email or compose a new one, a single-page application dynamically updates the content within the same page, providing a smoother and faster experience. AngularJS accomplishes this by providing developers with powerful tools and features such as two-way data binding, dependency injection, and a modular approach to building applications. These features help developers write cleaner, more maintainable code and create highly interactive and dynamic web applications. Explain the MVC architecture in AngularJS. Today, we're diving into the MVC architecture in AngularJS. Can you explain how this architecture works? The MVC architecture in AngularJS is fundamental to building structured and efficient web applications. Let's break it down into its core components. First, the model represents the data. It's where we define the application's data structure and business logic. For example, if you're building an e-commerce site, the model would include information about products, prices, and user details. Next, we have the view, which is the HTML template. The view is responsible for displaying the data to the user. It binds to the model and updates dynamically whenever the model changes. For instance, in our e-commerce site, the view would show product listings, prices, and user information on the web page. Then there's the controller, a JavaScript function that acts as a bridge between the model and the view. The controller handles user input, processes it, and updates the model accordingly. In our e-commerce example, when a user adds a product to their cart, the controller updates the model with this new information. In essence, the controller manages the relationship between the model and the view, ensuring that the data and user interface stay in sync. This separation of concerns in the MVC architecture allows for more manageable, testable, and maintainable code, making AngularJS a powerful framework for client-side development. Today, we're discussing AngularJS and its key components. Can you explain what directives are in AngularJS? Directives are markers on DOM elements. They tell AngularJS to attach a specified behavior to that element or even transform it and its children. For example, the ng-model directive binds the value of HTML controls to application data. If you have an input field with ng-model is equal to name, AngularJS will keep the input field and the data model in sync. Another common directive is ng-repeat, which repeats an HTML element for each item in a collection. This is particularly useful for rendering lists dynamically. You can also create custom directives in AngularJS to encapsulate complex DOM manipulations and behaviors. For instance, a custom directive could be used to validate form inputs or manage dynamic content display. Directives in AngularJS are powerful tools that enable developers to extend HTML's capabilities, making it more interactive and dynamic. Today, we're discussing a fundamental concept in AngularJS, data binding. Can you explain what data binding in AngularJS is? Absolutely. Data binding in AngularJS is a powerful feature that enables automatic synchronization of data between the model and the view. This means any changes in the model are immediately reflected in the view and vice versa. Let's break it down further. In AngularJS, the model represents the data, while the view represents how the data is displayed to the user. Data binding is the mechanism that connects these two components seamlessly. There are two main types of data binding in AngularJS: one-way data binding and two-way data binding. One-way data binding updates the view with changes in the model, but not the other way around. On the other hand, two-way data binding allows for bidirectional updates. meaning any changes in the view will also update the model. For example, imagine an input field where a user can type their name. With two-way data binding, as the user types, the model is updated in real time. Similarly, if the model is updated programmatically, the input field will automatically reflect the changes. This mechanism simplifies the development process, making it easier to build dynamic and responsive user interfaces. Developers don't need to write additional code to keep the model and view in sync. AngularJS handles it all behind the scenes. Overall, data binding in AngularJS enhances productivity by reducing boilerplate code and improving the maintainability of applications. It's a core feature that demonstrates the power and flexibility of AngularJS as a client-side technology. Today, we're discussing a fundamental concept in Java, polymorphism. Can you explain what polymorphism is and its benefits? Polymorphism in Java allows objects of different classes to be treated as objects of a common superclass. This means that a single method can operate on objects of various types, enabling code to be more flexible and reusable. One of the primary benefits of polymorphism is code reusability. For instance, you can use the same method name to perform different tasks based on the object it is acting upon. Imagine having a method called draw that can handle different shapes like circles, rectangles, and triangles. Each shape class can implement the draw method differently, yet you can call draw on any shape object without worrying about its specific type. Another significant benefit is flexibility. Polymorphism allows different objects to be processed using a single interface. For example, if you have a list of objects that implement the same interface, you can iterate through this list and call the same method on each object, regardless of its specific class. This simplifies the process of handling a variety of objects in a uniform manner. Polymorphism also enhances maintainability. It makes it easier to manage and extend code. When new classes are added, you don't need to modify existing code that interacts with the common superclass or interface. This means fewer changes and less chance of introducing bugs. For example, adding a new shape class in the drawing application would only require implementing the draw method for the new shape, without changing the code that calls the draw method. Today, we're going to explore the difference between one-way and two-way data binding in Java JEE and AngularJS. Can you explain this in detail? Sure. Let's start with one-way data binding. One-way data binding is a technique where data flows in a single direction from the model to the view. This means that when the data in the model changes, the view is automatically updated to reflect those changes. One-way data binding simplifies debugging and reduces errors because there is only one source of truth for the data. This makes it easier to trace the flow of data and understand how changes in the model affect the view. For instance, if you have a static or read-only data application, one-way data binding is ideal. It ensures that the display is consistent with the underlying data without the complexity of managing bidirectional updates. Now let's talk about two-way data binding. Two-way data binding allows data to flow in both directions between the model and the view. This means that any changes made to the view are immediately reflected in the model, and vice versa. This real-time synchronization is particularly useful for dynamic or interactive data applications. It enables a seamless user experience where updates in the user interface are instantly mirrored in the underlying data model. For example, consider a form where users can input data. With two-way data binding, as users type in the form fields, the model is updated in real time. If the model changes due to some other interaction, the form fields are also updated accordingly. One-way data binding is best for static or read-only data, providing simplicity and ease of debugging. Two-way data binding is ideal for dynamic or interactive applications, enabling real-time updates and synchronization between the model and the view. It's fascinating to see how these concepts play a crucial role in building efficient and responsive applications. Understanding the difference between these two approaches helps developers choose the right data binding method for their specific use case, ensuring optimal performance and user experience. Today, we're discussing a core concept in AngularJS, dependency injection. Can you explain what dependency injection is and its purpose? Dependency injection in AngularJS is a design pattern that allows objects, or dependencies, to be injected into a class rather than the class creating the objects itself. The primary purpose of dependency injection is to decouple components, promoting loose coupling. This means that each component relies on abstractions rather than concrete implementations, which makes the system more modular and easier to manage. For example, consider a service that fetches data from an API. Instead of the component directly creating the service, it can be injected into the component. This way, the component does not need to know how the service is created or what dependencies it requires, making the component more flexible and easier to maintain. Another key benefit is testability. Dependency injection makes it easier to test components by allowing mock dependencies to be injected. This way, tests can be written to simulate different scenarios without relying on the actual implementation of the dependencies. For instance, in a unit test, a mock service can be injected into the component to test how the component behaves under various conditions without making actual API calls. This improves the reliability and speed of testing. Additionally, dependency injection encourages the reusability of services across different components. By injecting services, multiple components can share the same instance, reducing redundancy and ensuring consistent behavior across the application. Imagine an authentication service that handles user login and logout. Instead of each component implementing its own authentication logic, the service can be injected into any component that requires authentication functionality, promoting code reuse and consistency. Let's discuss how to create a controller in AngularJS. What's the process? To create a controller in AngularJS, you typically use the ng-controller directive. This directive allows you to specify which controller should handle a section of your HTML content. For example, in your HTML, you would add the ng-controller directive to an element, such as a div. This tells AngularJS that the specified controller will manage the logic and data for that part of the page. Additionally, controllers can be defined within root configurations. This means you can set up controllers to be used based on the routes or pages in your application. For instance, when configuring routes for a single-page application, you can assign a controller to a specific route. This ensures that when users navigate to that route, the corresponding controller will handle the content and interactions for that page. In summary, controllers in AngularJS can be created and managed through the ng-controller directive in your HTML, or by associating them with specific routes in your application configuration. Today, we're discussing the digest cycle in AngularJS. Can you explain what it is and how it works? The digest cycle in AngularJS is a fundamental process that keeps your application up to date by monitoring changes. Here's a detailed look at how it works. Digest cycle definition. It's the process AngularJS uses to monitor a watch list for changes. Purpose: the main goal is to track changes in the values of watch expressions. Monitoring: AngularJS keeps track of any updates that occur within your application. Watch list: this is a list of expressions that AngularJS is set to observe. Each expression represents a piece of data or a state in your application. Watch expression: these are the specific values or conditions that AngularJS observes to detect changes. Value tracking: the digest cycle helps in detecting changes over time by comparing the current value of each expression with its previous value. If a change is detected, AngularJS updates the relevant parts of the user interface to reflect the new data. This cycle ensures that the view always matches the model, providing a dynamic and responsive user experience. By understanding and utilizing the digest cycle, you can create more efficient AngularJS applications that react seamlessly to data changes. Today, we're discussing filters in AngularJS. Could you explain what filters are and how they are used? Filters in AngularJS are powerful tools designed to format and transform data within your applications. First, filters are used to format expression values. They allow you to modify how data is presented to the user without changing the actual data itself. For example, you can use a filter to format a date in a more readable way. Suppose you have a date in the format year-month-date but want to display it as month-day-year. Using AngularJS filters, you can easily achieve this transformation. Second, filters help in displaying data to the user in a more user-friendly manner. They can be applied to arrays or objects to sort, filter, or limit the data shown. For instance, if you have a list of products, and want to display only those that are in stock, you can use a filter to show just the available items, enhancing the user experience. Finally, filters are essential for transforming data. They enable you to process data in various ways, such as converting text to uppercase, filtering out specific items, or even formatting currency. Imagine you need to display a price with a specific currency symbol. By using a currency filter, you can automatically format the price according to your desired currency and locale settings. In summary, filters in AngularJS are versatile tools that help format, display, and transform data, making it more meaningful and accessible to users. Today, we're discussing how to create a custom filter in AngularJS. Can you explain the process? Creating a custom filter in AngularJS is straightforward and enhances how data is displayed in your app. First, use AngularJS's built-in filter function from the module API. This function allows you to define custom filters that meet your specific needs. Start by defining your custom filter within your AngularJS module. This involves specifying the name of your filter and the logic you want it to apply. For example, if you want a filter to format dates, you would include the date formatting logic. The filter processes the data according to this logic and then outputs it in the desired format. Once your custom filter is defined, you can apply it directly in your HTML templates. This allows you to transform the data as it is displayed using the filter name you've created. Custom filters in AngularJS provide a way to tailor how data is presented, making your application more flexible and user-friendly. Let's discuss the ng-repeat directive in AngularJS. What is its purpose? The ng-repeat directive is a powerful tool in AngularJS used for iterating over a collection of data. Its primary purpose is to iterate over a collection and repeat a block of HTML for each item in that collection. For example, if you have an array of user objects, you can use ng-repeat to generate a list where each user's details are displayed. In practice, the ng-repeat directive dynamically generates HTML for each item in the collection. This means that for every item in your data array, a corresponding HTML element is created. Each iteration of ng-repeat has its scope. This allows you to access and bind data specific to that item within the HTML block. For instance, if you're displaying a list of products, each product's details will be bound to the HTML elements generated for that product. Data binding with ng-repeat is automatic and dynamic. As the underlying collection changes, the displayed HTML updates accordingly without additional code. In summary, ng-repeat simplifies the process of creating repetitive HTML structures and ensures that each piece of HTML is tied to a specific item in your data collection. Today, let's discuss the concept of a servlet and its purpose in web applications. Can you explain what a servlet is and why it's important? A servlet is a Java programming language class designed to extend the capabilities of servers that host web applications. In essence, a servlet acts as a bridge between a web server and the client's request, providing a way to handle server-side processing. The primary purpose of a servlet is to manage server-side processing. It takes client requests, processes them, and generates appropriate responses. For example, when a user submits a form on a website, the servlet processes the form data and returns a response, such as a confirmation page. Another key role of a servlet is to generate dynamic content. Unlike static HTML pages, servlets can create web content dynamically based on the client's request. This means that servlets can interact with databases, perform calculations, and generate content that reflects user-specific information or preferences. For instance, if a user logs into their account on a website, a servlet can retrieve personalized data from the server and display it to the user. This dynamic generation of content enhances user experience and enables more interactive and customized web applications. In summary, a servlet is an essential component of Java-based web applications, providing server-side processing and enabling the generation of dynamic content based on client requests. Can you explain the difference between a service and a factory in AngularJS? In AngularJS, both services and factories are used to create and manage objects, but they serve slightly different purposes and have distinct characteristics. Let's start with the factory. A factory is a method that returns an object. It provides a way to create and return a new object each time it's called. This is particularly useful when you need to create multiple similar objects, as the factory can encapsulate the object creation logic. For example, imagine you have a factory for creating user objects. Each time you call the factory, it creates and returns a new user object with its properties and methods. Now, let's talk about services. A service, on the other hand, is an instance of a function object. By default, services are singletons, meaning that AngularJS creates only one instance of the service, and this instance is shared across your application. This shared instance provides functionality that can be reused across different components. For instance, you might have a logging service that provides methods for logging messages. This service can be injected into various controllers and other services, ensuring a consistent logging approach throughout your application. In summary, while a factory is used to create multiple instances of objects with its own creation logic, a service provides a shared singleton instance that offers reusable functionality across your application. Let's discuss routing in AngularJS. Can you explain what it is and how it works? Routing in AngularJS is a powerful feature that allows developers to create different URLs within a single-page application SPA. It enables navigation between different views or sections of the application without reloading the entire page. This results in a seamless user experience where the application feels fast and responsive. For example, imagine an AngularJS application with a blog. Routing allows users to navigate from the home page to individual blog posts by simply changing the URL. As users click on different links or menu items, AngularJS updates the view according to the URL without performing a full page reload. This approach not only improves performance, but also provides a smoother and more intuitive experience for users. In summary, routing in AngularJS is crucial for managing different views, enhancing user experience, and ensuring efficient navigation within single-page applications. Today, we're exploring how to implement routing in AngularJS. Can you walk us through the process? To implement routing in AngularJS, follow these key steps. First, include the AngularJS and ngRoot script files in your project. These scripts provide the essential functionality for AngularJS applications and routing. Next, define the ngRoot module in your AngularJS application. This step integrates the routing module into your app, enabling you to set up routes. Then configure the routes using the route provider service. This service allows you to specify different routes and the corresponding templates and controllers for each route. Create templates for each route. These templates are HTML files that define what content should be displayed when a user navigates to a specific route. Finally, use the ngView directive in your main HTML file. This directive serves as a placeholder where the routed content will be displayed. By following these steps, you can set up routing in your AngularJS application, allowing for dynamic navigation and a more interactive user experience. Today, we're discussing the Java memory model and its key concepts. Can you explain what the Java memory model is and highlight its key aspects? The Java memory model defines how threads interact through memory and what behaviors are allowed in concurrent programming. It ensures that Java programs are reliable and predictable in multi-threaded environments. Let's break down its key aspects. The first is visibility. This concept ensures that changes made by one thread are visible to other threads. When one thread updates a variable, other threads should be able to see this updated value. For example, if thread A updates a shared variable and thread B reads that variable, the Java memory model ensures that thread B sees the latest value set by thread A. Next is atomicity. This guarantees that operations on shared variables are completed as indivisible steps. Essentially, operations on variables appear to happen instantaneously and are not interrupted. For instance, incrementing a counter should be atomic. Even if multiple threads are incrementing the counter simultaneously, the operation should be completed without interference, preventing any inconsistencies. The third key aspect is ordering. This establishes rules for the sequence in which operations are performed and observed by threads. It ensures that operations happen in a predictable order, even if they are executed by different threads. For example, if thread A writes a value to a variable and then thread B reads from it, the Java memory model ensures that thread B reads the value written by thread A only after thread A has completed its write operation. In summary, the Java memory model is crucial for managing how threads interact with memory. It defines visibility to ensure consistency across threads, atomicity to prevent disruptions in operations, and ordering to maintain a predictable sequence of operations. Today, we're discussing how to handle asynchronous operations in AngularJS. Can you explain how this is typically done? In AngularJS, handling asynchronous operations is essential for working with tasks that take time to complete, like fetching data from a server. Asynchronous operations in AngularJS are typically managed using promises. A promise represents an operation that is not yet complete, but will be resolved in the future. AngularJS provides a service called Queue to work with promises. This service helps you create and manage promises, ensuring that your code executes once the asynchronous task is finished. For example, if you need to retrieve data from an API, AngularJS will handle this operation asynchronously. When the data is successfully fetched, the promise is resolved, and you can then process the data. If there is an error, the promise is rejected, allowing you to handle the error gracefully. By using promises with Queue, you can ensure that your AngularJS application responds efficiently to data and events, improving its performance and reliability. Understanding and using these tools properly will help in creating smooth and responsive AngularJS applications. Today, we're exploring the purpose of the Watch feature in AngularJS. Can you explain its role and functionality? The Watch feature in AngularJS is a powerful tool used to monitor and respond to changes in data within your application. Its primary purpose is to monitor changes to variables. When you set up a watch, AngularJS keeps track of a specified model or expression and checks for any changes to its value. For example, imagine you have a variable that holds user input, such as a text field value. By using Watch, you can observe this variable and detect when the user modifies the input. In addition to monitoring changes, Watch can trigger functions whenever a change is detected. This allows you to execute custom logic or update other parts of your application based on the new value of the watched variable. For instance, if you watch a variable that controls the visibility of an element, you can call a function to show or hide that element when the variable changes. Another key purpose of Watch is to update the view automatically. AngularJS's data binding mechanism ensures that any changes to the model are reflected in the view without requiring manual updates. Imagine a scenario where you have a data table bound to a model. When you modify the model data, Watch ensures that the table view updates in real time to reflect these changes. Finally, Watch enables two-way data binding. This means that changes to the model are automatically reflected in the view, and user interactions with the view update the model accordingly. For example, if a user enters data into an input field bound to a model, Watch ensures that the model is updated instantly and any changes to the model are immediately shown in the view. In summary, the Watch feature in AngularJS is essential for monitoring variable changes, triggering functions, updating views automatically, and enabling two-way data binding, making it a crucial component in dynamic and interactive web applications. Today, we're discussing how to create a custom directive in AngularJS. Can you walk us through the process? To create a custom directive in AngularJS, follow these steps. First, define an AngularJS module. This module will act as a container for your application and directives. Next, use the .directive method to register your custom directive with the module. This method takes the name of the directive and a factory function. Create a name for your directive. This name will be used in your HTML to apply the directive to elements. Define the directive function. This function should return a directive configuration object, which specifies the behavior and properties of the directive. Finally, return the directive configuration object from the function. This object includes properties like restrict to define how the directive is used, and template or template URL to specify the HTML content. By following these steps, You can create custom directives in AngularJS to enhance the functionality and reusability of your application. Today, we're diving into the intricacies of custom directives in AngularJS. Specifically, what is the difference between the compile and link functions in custom directives? The compile function runs before the directive is attached to the DOM. Its main role is to manipulate the directive's template. This is where you can compile DOM elements and children into AngularJS templates. For example, if you have a directive that generates a complex table structure, the compile function lets you modify or transform the template before it's rendered. It allows you to make changes to the DOM elements before they are linked to the scope. On the other hand, the link function runs after the directive is attached to the DOM. Its purpose is to handle tasks like adding event listeners and performing additional DOM manipulations. This is where you can set up watchers or handlers for user interactions. For instance, if you need to attach a click event to a button within your directive, you would do this in the link function. It provides access to the directive's scope, allowing you to bind data and interact with the DOM elements in a meaningful way. So to summarize, the compile function is used for preparing and transforming the template before it's attached to the DOM, while the link function deals with interactions and dynamic behavior once the directive is in place. Today, we're discussing how to implement form validation in AngularJS. Can you explain how this is done? Form validation in AngularJS is an essential aspect of building robust and user-friendly web applications. AngularJS provides several tools and directives to handle form validation effectively. First, AngularJS offers built-in validation directives that simplify the process. These directives include ng-required, ng-min-length, ng-max-length, ng-pattern, and others. Each directive corresponds to a specific validation rule. For example, the ng-required directive ensures that a form field must be filled out before submission. If the user tries to submit the form without completing this field, AngularJS will display an error message. Next, AngularJS utilizes the ng model controller to bind form inputs to the application's data model. This binding enables real-time validation feedback as users interact with the form. For instance, if a user types into an input field bound with ng model, AngularJS automatically updates the model and validates the input according to the specified directives. By combining built-in validation directives with ng model, you can create dynamic and responsive forms that provide immediate feedback and ensure data integrity. To sum up, implementing form validation in AngularJS involves using built-in validation directives to define rules and nong model to manage data binding and validation state. Today, we're discussing how to optimize the performance of an AngularJS application. Can you walk us through some strategies? Absolutely. Optimizing the performance of an AngularJS application involves several key techniques. First, minimize digest cycles. AngularJS uses digest cycles to check for changes in the application. Reducing the number of watchers and digest cycles can significantly improve performance. For example, instead of using multiple ng-repeat directives, consider using a single directive to handle data more efficiently. Next, use one-time bindings for static data. One-time bindings are useful for data that doesn't change after initial loading. By using the colon syntax, you can bind data that only needs to be evaluated once, which reduces the overhead of watching and updating the data. Another important technique is to optimize DOM manipulation. Frequent access and updates to the DOM can slow down your application. To mitigate this, try to batch DOM updates and minimize direct DOM manipulation. Using AngularJS directives efficiently can help manage this. Lately, lazy loading is becoming a crucial strategy. This involves loading modules and components only when they are needed, rather than loading everything at once. For instance, you can use AngularJS's OC lazy load module to load components only when a user navigates to a specific part of the application. Cache data to improve performance. Frequently accessed data can be cached to avoid redundant processing. You can use AngularJS services to store data in memory, which reduces the need to fetch data from the server repeatedly. Lastly, avoid deep watches. Deep watches can be performance intensive because they check every property of an object for changes. limiting the use of deep watches and using track by in eng repeat can reduce the impact on performance. A combination of these techniques can greatly enhance the efficiency of an application. Indeed, by applying these practices, developers can ensure their AngularJS applications run smoothly and efficiently. Today, we're diving into AngularJS and exploring how to communicate between controllers. Can you explain the methods for achieving this? Certainly. In AngularJS, there are several effective ways to facilitate communication between controllers. First, we have services. Services are a powerful way to share data and methods between controllers. They act as a central place where data and logic are stored, making it accessible to multiple controllers. For example, imagine you have a service called user service that holds user information. Both login controller and profile controller can inject this service and access or modify the user data, ensuring consistency across the application. Next, we use broadcasting and emitting events. This method allows controllers to communicate indirectly through AngularJS's event system. To illustrate, a parent controller might use broadcast to send an event to all child controllers. Conversely, a child controller could use emit to send an event up to the parent controller. This method is useful for cases where controllers need to respond to changes or updates from other parts of the application. Lastly, we have root scope. This is a global object available to all controllers within an AngularJS application. By storing variables on root scope, you can make them accessible across different controllers. For example, if you store a user's authentication status on root scope, any controller can access or modify this information without needing direct communication. AngularJS provides flexible options for communication between controllers. Whether using services for data sharing, broadcasting, and emitting events for indirect communication, or leveraging root scope for global variables, each method plays a role in ensuring effective and organized application development. Today, let's discuss the purpose of the location provider in AngularJS. Can you explain its role and functionalities? The location provider in AngularJS is a key service used to configure URL routing and manage browser URLs. Firstly, it helps in configuring URL routing. This means you can define how different URLs should map to different views or controllers in your AngularJS application. For instance, you can set up routes so that navigating to Home loads the home page view, while About loads the About page. The location provider also manages browser URLs. This involves synchronizing the application's view with the URL displayed in the browser's address bar. It ensures that when users navigate through your application, the URL reflects the current view or state of the application. Another important feature is that it enables custom URL behavior. For example, you can customize how URLs are formatted or handle special cases, such as adding hashbanks for backward compatibility with older browsers. Additionally, the location provider controls URL formats and redirection. It allows you to define the format of URLs and set up redirections. For example, you can configure it to redirect from old page to new page, ensuring users and search engines are directed to the correct location. In summary, the location provider in AngularJS plays a crucial role in configuring URL routing, managing browser URLs, enabling custom URL behavior, and controlling URL formats and redirection. Let's talk about testing AngularJS applications. What are the key approaches and tools you use? To effectively test AngularJS applications, several strategies and tools are essential. First, unit tests are crucial for testing individual components, services, and controllers. These tests focus on verifying that each piece of the application functions correctly in isolation. Jasmine is a popular framework used for writing unit test cases in AngularJS. It provides a clear syntax for defining tests and expectations, helping to ensure that your code behaves as intended. Karma is employed as the test runner. It automates the process of running tests in various browsers and provides real-time feedback on test results. This helps to catch issues early and ensures that tests are consistently run. AngularJS also offers built-in tools for mocking HTTP requests, which allows you to simulate server interactions without making actual network calls. This is useful for testing how your application handles different responses from the server. For end-to-end E2E testing, Protractor is commonly used. Protractor tests the entire application flow from the user's perspective to ensure that all components work together as expected. By combining unit tests, Jasmine, Karma, and Protractor, you can thoroughly test AngularJS applications, ensuring high quality and reliability. Today, let's talk about modules in AngularJS. Can you explain what a module is? In AngularJS, a module is essentially a container for different parts of an application. It holds everything that makes up an application, including controllers, services, directives, and filters. Modules help in organizing the application code into manageable sections. This organization makes it easier to structure and maintain the application, especially as it grows in complexity. For example, imagine an e-commerce application. You might have different modules for user authentication, product management, and order processing. Each module would contain its controllers, services, and directives specific to its function. Additionally, modules configure and manage different parts of the application. They define dependencies, set up routing, and configure services needed across the app. In summary, modules in AngularJS provide a way to organize and configure the various components of an application, making development and maintenance more efficient. Can you explain what two-way data binding is in AngularJS? Two-way data binding is a mechanism in AngularJS that keeps data synchronized between the model, which consists of JavaScript objects, and the view, which includes HTML elements. Here's how it works. Automatic synchronization. When data in the model changes, those changes are automatically reflected in the view. Similarly, any updates in the view are instantly updated in the model. For example, if you have a text input field bound to a model property, any text entered by the user will be automatically updated in the model. Conversely, if the model property changes programmatically, the view will update to reflect the new value. Data binding. This synchronization is achieved using the ng model directive. This directive binds input elements to the data in the model, creating a seamless link between them. For instance, if you use ng model username on an input field, whatever the user types will be automatically stored in the username property of the model. And if username is changed elsewhere in the code, the input field will reflect that change immediately. In summary, two-way data binding in AngularJS simplifies the process of keeping the model and view in sync, making it easier to develop dynamic and responsive applications. Today, let's discuss the purpose of the final keyword in Java. Can you explain its significance? In Java, the final keyword is used to restrict modifications in three key areas: variables, methods, and classes. Here's how it works. Firstly, when a variable is declared as final, it means that once it has been assigned a value, that value cannot be changed. This ensures the variable remains constant throughout the program. Secondly, if a method is marked as final, it cannot be overridden by any subclass. This means that the method's behavior remains consistent and unaltered, even if the class is extended. Lastly, a class declared as final cannot be subclassed. This prevents any other class from extending it, ensuring that the class's design and behavior are preserved as intended. In summary, using final helps to create immutable variables, preserve method functionality, and prevent inheritance where necessary, enhancing control and stability in your Java programs. Today, we're discussing the role of the JVM in Java. Can you explain its key functions? The Java Virtual Machine, or JVM, is a crucial component in the Java ecosystem. It serves multiple roles to ensure that Java applications run smoothly and efficiently. First and foremost, the JVM provides an execution environment. It interprets and executes Java bytecode, enabling the execution of Java programs on any machine that has a JVM installed. This leads us to its next role: platform independence. Java applications are compiled into bytecode, which the JVM can execute on any platform. This write once, run anywhere capability is a fundamental advantage of Java. Another key function is memory management. The JVM automatically handles memory allocation and garbage collection. freeing developers from manual memory management and reducing the likelihood of memory leaks. The JVM also plays a significant role in security. It provides a secure execution environment by enforcing access controls and isolating applications from the underlying system, which helps prevent unauthorized access and execution of malicious code. Bytecode verification is another critical role. Before executing bytecode, the JVM verifies it to ensure that it adheres to Java's language rules and security constraints. This step helps prevent malicious code from compromising the JVM. Exception handling is another feature of the JVM. It manages exceptions by providing a structured way to handle runtime errors, ensuring that Java applications can gracefully handle and recover from unexpected situations. Just-in-time compilation, JIT, improves performance by compiling bytecode into native machine code at runtime. This compilation happens dynamically, allowing the JVM to optimize performance based on the application's actual usage patterns. Lastly, the JVM is responsible for thread management. It provides built-in support for multi-threading, allowing Java applications to perform multiple tasks concurrently and efficiently manage thread execution. In summary, the JVM plays a vital role in executing Java programs by providing an execution environment, ensuring platform independence, managing memory and security, verifying bytecode, handling exceptions, optimizing performance with JIT, and managing threads. Hey there! Want to master Java JEE and AngularJS? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with our easy-to-use platform. In this course, you will dive into Java JEE and AngularJS, the essentials for modern web apps. From basics to advanced techniques, we cover it all. Our content is crafted by experts who know the field inside and out. They are here to guide you and answer all your questions. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. They have found our training super valuable and practical. And the best part, it's budget friendly. You get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to excel in Java JEE and AngularJS? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.